A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Sunday morning, darling. Wait?
Mm-hmm. Are you?
Yep.
Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Hear the church bells?
Been listening to them. One of the better sounds left in the world.
You know, I never used to like Sundays before I found you.
I didn't either.
Unless you played golf or something, I think you have to have someone you love very much to really enjoy Sundays.
I think you have something there.
Must be a very sad, long day for some people.
But for others, darling, it's a very short, glad day.
Like us.
Mm-hmm.
Even taking a walk after lunch and feeding the pigeons is fun.
Or watching the boats go by on the river.
Yeah. There's only one thing about Sunday I don't like.
What?
Breakfast.
Since when don't you like breakfast? As far as I can judge, you look forward to it all night long.
It's only because I'm hungry. Sundays I'm also lazy. The combination raises the most awful conflict.
So why didn't you say so? Now, you mean that you don't want to get up and fix it,
Yeah,
it?
that's what I mean.
Well, ring for the maid.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like to disturb her on Sunday morning. She likes to stay in bed late, too.
Oh, you spoil her. But it's high time she was up. I'll ring for her. Yes, I'm coming, Mr. Norton. What do you all have for breakfast this morning?
Silly.
Well, Cleopatra, your name is Cleopatra, isn't it? I'll have coffee, toast, cereal, bacon, eggs, and omelet, please.
Oh, omelet is eggs, you dope. Cleopatra, I'll just have coffee, toast, and cereal.
Yes, Miss Norton, coming right up.
David, where are you going?
To fix breakfast. To fix breakfast.
Make up your mind.
I'm the new maid.
Come back here, you idiot.
Now, you lie still and act like a lady of luxury. You shall have a tray brought to you in bed, madame.
Don't you dare. David, will you please stop all this Darling, I'm not that sort of lady. I wouldn't know what to do with breakfast in bed.
Well, you'll find out. Claudia.
What?
You left the top off of the toothpaste again.
I did? Oh, don't say so.
Oh, yes, I do say so.
Darling, please come back. I forgive you.
For what?
For leaving the top off the toothpaste.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Listen, I mean it. You stay in bed and I'll bring breakfast in bed to you.
Now, you fix mine every morning. Why shouldn't I fix yours on Sunday?
Because you work hard all week. You deserve a rest on Sundays. Aren't we unselfish, though?
Now, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You're not unselfish. You just think I can't do it. That's
yes,
all.
Dear. That's just what I think. Just the same as you think I can't drive a car. I'll jump in the shower and have it ready in a jiffy.
You're going to fix my breakfast in the shower? Don't you do it. I'll be finished with breakfast by the time you get back here.
The strain of waiting is going to be dreadful.
So you'll be surprised.
I hope so.
Hey, Claudia!
What?
Nothing. Now, where the deuce is... Hey, Claudia!
Yes, what is it?
Never mind.
What is the matter with you?
Claudia! Where in the blazes do you hide the coffee?
I don't hide it. It's right where it always is.
Where?
On the first shelf.
How much water do I put in?
I thought you knew.
Oh, all right. I'll fill the whole darn pot.
Lovely coffee.
Claudia! Where's the sugar?
Next to the coffee.
But I can't find the coffee.
Don't get upset, dear. I'll be there in a minute.
Hey, Claudia! There's no cream in the icebox.
Didn't you know the car leaves it in front of the back door every morning?
No. Claudia!
What?
There's only 1 quart of milk here.
I used the top of the bottle for cream.
I have been robbed.
It's done in the best of families.
Claudia!
Yeah.
Where's the sharp knife?
Are you that desperate?
Don't act so smug. I want to cut the bread.
The bread comes already sliced.
No. Well, then there's nothing more to do.
Yes, there is. You can set the table.
Where are the dishes you used for breakfast?
In the parlor underneath the sofa.
Why, did you move them? I thought you kept them on the piano.
Oh, no. Now come on out of my kitchen. Now scat.
Well, wasn't I a help? Big help?
Yes, wonderful help. You've got enough water on to heat a bath. Run read the paper and I'll call you when everything's ready.
I'd rather sit here and make eyes at you. Home on the range.
Must I put up with this on a Sunday, too? Get off my stove, David. Hey, what'd you do with the coffee?
I mislaid it.
Well, find it or we won't have any breakfast.
There it is, right in front of your nose.
What nose?
There are only 2 noses in this room. You can see it's not front and mine.
Oh, dear, where is it? Oh, there it is. There's the sugar and there's the orange squeezer, and here's everything right in front of you.
You're quite a competent little devil. Do you know that?
Of course I knew it.
This is a nice marriage.
It was before you started all this singing. Oh, David, look. There are 3 noses in this room. Look. Our little mouse.
As I live and breathe, if it isn't my old friend and colleague Goliath. Come in, my boy.
No, it isn't, David. That isn't Goliath. It's not as big as Goliath. It's a little Sunday mouse.
Oh, a church mouse.
Here, pussy.
Now, don't call him pussy. Now, see what you've done? You've scared him out of his wits.
Oh. Sunday afternoon sounds are different from every day, aren't they? Funny.
What?
I was just thinking, I love the call of that boat on the river, just because we're walking together and going along the street together and...
I love the sound of it, too. What's funny about it?
Well, because if a person is alone and lonely, the same sound could almost break your heart.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I remember the times in my life when a foghorn or a train whistle or even the sight of a lighted window looking down on a dark street made me sick with loneliness.
When, David?
Well, when my father died, for one thing.
Hardly remember your mother, do you?
Just barely.
Funny, it's just the same with me, only turned wrong. Papa died when I was very young, and that brought Mom and me so close. You must have been close to your father, weren't you?
You bet I was.
Darling, would you... could we stop in and see Mama for a minute on the way home?
Sure. I was just going to ask if you didn't want to.
You were?
Look here, we're right in front of a florist. Let's stop in and buy her some roses.
Oh, no, don't let.
But Mother loves flowers.
Yeah, but she'll think we were feeling sorry for her or something. Look, I have a much better idea. There's a little stationery store next door. See, it's open on Sunday,
now,
too.
what would Mother want with stationery?
Don't you know you can buy anything in a stationery store? It's like a drugstore. I bet they don't even sell stationery.
What are you going to get?
Oh, just presents.
What kind of presents?
Oh, nothing. Everything. You know, lots of bits of silly little things wrapped up in lots of pieces of paper and string and...
Well, all right. Come on.
Well, hello. Where'd you two come from?
Well, that's a nice welcome, Mrs. Brown.
Come on, Claudia. Let's go home.
You can't hurt my feelings. Go on. Go home, both of you.
All right. Come along, David.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. What's in all those packages, sir?
Presents. Now should we go home?
Presents for who?
For whom, not who.
She's not very bright, David.
Takes after her daughter.
Oh.
There's a trick in this somewhere. What's at the bottom of this visit?
Oh, we just came to wish you Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year.
And a joyous
Happy
Thanksgiving.
New Year. A lovely birthday, too. Here's your first present. Open it.
Well, they're wrapped like they came out of a store.
They did. We've been shopping for you for almost an hour, trying to think of what you like the most.
Why, a cigar.
Mm-hmm.
Children, just what I've been longing for.
You see? I told you she'd like a cigar better than the bar of chocolate.
Oh, no comparison.
And open the next one, Mom.
I am. Now, don't rush me. Well, if it isn't the package of matches to light the cigar.
Oh, we think of everything.
Ah, dear, thoughtful children. And bubble gum, and a balloon, and a water pistol.
Oh, that's for burglars.
Good. Now, what can this box be?
Well, why don't you open it and see? That's one way of finding out.
Oh, how did you ever guess I needed how many? 100? No, 1,000 rubber bands.
Mm.
Oh, you extravagant thing. 500 would have been enough.
Oh, no, not for you, Mama. We don't want you to stint yourself.
Listen, you imbeciles. Don't you ever act like sane grown-up people.
No.
Now, how can this daughter of yours act sane and grown up when she's not?
I don't see how you stand it, David.
I'm thinking very seriously of getting rid of her.
You are.
Now you're talking sense. Where are you two bound for?
We just came from someplace.
Where?
No place.
Well, what she means, I presume, is, Mother, that we just went out and took a walk.
A nice walk. What'd you do all day, Mama?
Oh, lots of things.
Such as?
None of your business.
That's the way to handle her, Mother.
What'd you have for lunch?
What's that to you?
Because you don't eat properly when you're alone.
I ate properly.
I don't believe it. I'm going to go and see what's in the icebox.
Claudia, come back here.
You're afraid to have me look.
Nice, obedient daughter you've raised, Mrs. Brown.
David, that child's worse than a detective.
I bet it's tough to live alone, Mother, isn't it?
You get used to it.
Must be pretty lonely, though.
Well, loneliness is a lesson we all have to learn.
I guess so.
And the funny part of it is, you have to learn it by yourself.
What's the joke?
What are you eating?
I found a tomato.
Here,
See
come
this
here,
nice
please.
little tomato? You want some?
Looks good.
David, you know the only other thing in her icebox, besides butter and milk, was an old cooked lamb chop on a plate and a little tiny piece of cheese. I took the cheese from the mouse. You don't mind, do you?
You're welcome.
Thanks. Why didn't you eat the chop?
Want that too?
No, we lost our dog. What are you having for supper?
Turtle soup, broiled squab on toast, and baked Alaska.
I think we'll stay, Claudia.
I should say so. We're only having leftovers. David,
Yes, dear?
you sleep?
No.
You're lying so quietly.
So are you.
I was thinking about what a beautiful day it was.
I was, too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do anything except take a walk and have supper with Mama. No, I don't think she'd have eaten a morsel if you hadn't brought things in from the delicatessen. It was darling of you to suggest staying, David.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I always enjoy it. Besides, I was just paying off a little debt of gratitude
What do you mean? For what?
to Mama for having you as a daughter.
You know, it has the same sort of holy quality as a church bell, hasn't it, David?
Yes, it has.
I guess it's striking 12. The end of a perfect day. David,
Yes, dear.
would you think I was very silly if I paid a little debt of gratitude to her?
No, dear.
Then thank you, God, for everything.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. When you're shopping, it's always a pleasant surprise to meet up with a friend, isn't it? That's a good time to share the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola from the familiar red cooler. It's natural and easy to pause there and go on your way refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. Friends, the black market in gasoline has undoubtedly made necessary some of the past cuts in coupon values. For there's no magic source of supply for black gas. There's just so much to go around for civilian use. And black gas comes out of honest people's gasoline tanks. If you buy gas without the proper coupons, you actually encourage robbery and counterfeiting. We have reached nearly the top productive capacity from our reserves. Yet our armed forces need more petroleum products than ever before. For we are facing the crucial hour of this war. Your part, and the part of every loyal American, is to do all you can to stamp out the black market and conserve precious gas. Don't apply for any more than you actually need. And never buy 1 gallon of gas without the proper coupon, an honest coupon issued by your ration board. It's one more blow for victory. One more way we can back up our fighting boys.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. If I suddenly pointed at one of you and said, "You're neglecting your husband," I'll bet you'd be very indignant. But just think back a minute. Think back to breakfast time. Do you let that hard-working husband of yours dash down in the morning, snatch a gulp of coffee, and then sprint for the bus? Well, if he does, you are neglecting him. And he isn't going to thank you either when he gets that letdown feeling from lack of food round about 11. Now, lady, if your husband comes up with the old one that he hasn't time for breakfast, just have your answer already. Just feature at breakfast a big, tempting bowl of quick-to-fix Grape Nuts Flakes, brimming with good, rich milk. Boy, how he's going to enjoy those Grape Nuts Flakes. Crisp, toasty brown with their distinctive, malty, rich flavor. And what swell nourishment they'll bring him, because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole-grain cereal, cram full of whole-grain nourishment. And remember, nutritionists say a cereal with whole-grain food values is a must for that adequate breakfast we should eat every day. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Enjoy delicious Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Gentlemen, this being our last program of the season, I feel a tribute is in order.
Oh, Don, please.
It's been said that Jack Benny has brought more laughs to more people than any man who ever lived. And now we bring you the man who said it, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I must say that was one of the most unusual introductions I've ever heard.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you liked it.
I didn't say I liked it. I said it was unusual. You started out, Don, very cleverly, but
But what?
Well, it's the first time I ever heard a man talk himself into a raise and out of a job at the same time. Don, since you brought up the subject yourself, tell me, who is there in radio that gets more laughs than I do?
Well, there's Bob Hope, Fibber McGee and Molly, Red Skelton, Burns and Allen, Jimmy Durante, Abbott and Costello, Groucho Marx, and Eddie Cantor.
I mean besides that. Anyway, what makes you think that they get bigger laughs than I do?
Jack, they're all great comedians.
Well, what do you think I am, John's other wife? You certainly got the shape for it, Jackson. Phil, don't let these tight slacks fool you. Anyway, what are you butting in for? Don and I were talking about comedians who who try to get bigger laughs than I do.
And I didn't even mention Fred Allen.
Don, Fred Allen doesn't get as many laughs as the Bulova watch time announcement. And he's supposed to be an ad-lib comedian.
Well, Fred is an ad-lib comedian.
Ad-lib comedian. If he ever went down to Allen's Alley, knocked on the doors, and nobody was home, he'd shoot himself. Some wit.
Well, I don't know. I'll never forget the laugh he got when he called you Flat Top's brother, False Top.
Now, that's the corniest thing I've ever heard. Anyway, Allen should talk. With those wrinkles on his face, he looks like a convertible with the top halfway down. With those... I like that one myself, you know? And with those bags under his eyes, he looks like a short butcher peeping over 2 pounds of liver. I don't pull another one unless I top it, brother. Now, look, this is our last program, so let's not clutter it up with a lot of junk. Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. Come on in, Herman, and say, what's that tape measure over your arm?
Oh, it's just a company regulation. When I sell a policy, I have to measure the customer.
Measure the customer?
Yep. With a shortage of help, we don't like to dig the hole any bigger than we have to.
I see. Now, look, Herman. Herman, this is my last program of the season, so...
That's why I came over. I wanted to say goodbye.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Herman.
You know, every time I listen to your program, you make me laugh.
Well, I'm glad I make you laugh, kid.
Yeah, you really give out, don't you, Herman? Oh, yeah. Sometimes I get hysterical. Excuse me for being boisterous.
You're excused.
Well, maybe I ought to go now. I have to take my dump truck back to the insurance office.
Your dump truck?
Yeah, I drive that around to service our 48-cent policy.
Well, that's the cheapest policy I ever heard of. But what's the dump truck got to do with it?
Well, at that price, if you die, we don't give you any money, but we guarantee to cover you up.
Well, that policy sounds reasonable. Huh?
Reasonable? Dirt cheap.
Herman, now don't exert yourself there. We got a show to do, so would you please go over there and sit down?
Oh, certainly. Oh, by the way, where's Mary Livingston?
Mary? Oh, she couldn't come down today. She's got laryngitis.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jack. It's too bad she couldn't be here for the last program.
Yeah, but she's all right. She's home listening to it.
Well, that's one listener we're sure of.
I don't know. Mary's pretty particular. I'll tell you what, Phil. Play a band number, and then we'll be able... Come in?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I understand this is your last program until next fall.
That's right.
Well, I hope people miss you as much as they miss me.
Why? Who are you?
Just an old custodor.
Amazing how many people try to ruin a good show. Play, Phil, and do your bit, will you? by Phil Harris and his Jam Session Orchestra. Jam meaning jelly, jelly meaning preserves, preserves meaning pickles, and you can take it from there. And now,
look, Jackson, it's bad enough that you keep panning my orchestra all year, but you don't have to do it on the last program, do you?
well...
Phil's right, Jack. If Phil likes his orchestra, that's all that matters. He knows whether their music's good or not.
Or he does, eh? Listen, Don. Phil once followed a guy with squeaky shoes for 3 blocks trying to find out who made his arrangements. A lot he knows about music. He found these boys in a pool room.
In a pool room?
Yeah, you notice when they came in for rehearsal, he doesn't sit them in position. He just racks them up. Hey, I'm pretty good myself today, And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute. Now, my boys don't play any pool any more than anybody else.
Any. Phil, all I know is you had to get rid of that violinist with the bald head because the clarinet player kept shooting him into the tuba. So don't try to...
Hey, my wife played the tuba.
What? What was that, Herman?
My wife played the tuba for 25 years.
Your wife? Well, that's an unusual instrument for a woman.
Uh-huh. Mr. Benny, did you ever kiss a tuba player?
No, No, I can't say that I have.
Well, if you ever do, you'll know what they mean by a slip of the lip can sink a ship.
All right, Herman, now go back to your chair and sit down.
Thank you.
Now, let's see, let's see, where were we?
You were panning my orchestra, and you want to know something, Jackson?
What?
When you find out what I'm going to do this summer, you'll be glad that you're one of my colleges.
That's colleague. Well, what are you going to do this summer, Phil?
Well, I'm taking over the K. Kaiser program.
The K. Kaiser program?
Sure, get a load of this. Evening, folks. How y'all? Come on, children, change your stance. The professor's here. Yes, dance.
So you're going to ask the musical questions. Phil, that is something. Really, even I know more about music than you do.
Oh, yeah? Look, Jackson, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Phil, don't bother.
No, come on. I want to prove a point. Now, tell me, who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
Oh, Phil.
Come on, tell me now. Who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
All right, Sherlock Holmes.
All right, so I gave you an easy one.
Phil, let me ask you something. When you take over the K. Kaiser show and ask those musical questions, you're going to be so embarrassed.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I don't think you're being quite fair to Phil.
What do you mean, Don?
Well, you've been discussing classical music, and the only thing Phil has to know on K. Kaiser's program is modern stuff. You know, the popular tunes.
But he doesn't even know that.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Now, look, Phil, I'm going to have the band play something, and you tell me the name of it.
Okay, Don.
Go ahead, boys.
Everybody?
Yes, Jack. Everybody knows that if you eat a good breakfast, yes. And everybody knows that grape nuts or grape nuts flakes covered with sugar and milk make a good breakfast.
Everybody knows that, huh?
Yes, everybody.
Don, I have a little shock for you. In 1936 in Chicago, I was walking along LaSalle Street at 8:30 in the morning. A panhandler came over to me and said, "Hey, buddy, I haven't had any breakfast. Could you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?" You hear that, Don? He didn't have his breakfast. He didn't ask for grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. He asked for a dime for a cup of coffee. You get that, Don? A cup of coffee.
Did you give him the dime?
That's beside the point. He just wanted a cup of coffee.
Well, Jack, all I can say is whether the man wanted a cup of coffee or a bowl of grape nuts is not the important thing. Now, there was the derelict. A man broken in body and spirit. A man who needed a helping hand. He asked for a dime, and you should have given it to him.
Don Wilson, I did more than that. I not only gave him a dime, I gave him a job. And this derelict, this outcast, was so grateful that he took that dime I gave him and saved it to this day as his good luck charm. Phil, show him the dime. Go Go ahead, Phil. Show it to him.
Here you are, Don.
Thanks, Phil. For proving my story. Now, let's have another band number. Benny the Philanthropist. That's me.
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. A roodly-toot, jump in the suit, make a salute. Boo. Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in that beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, up out of your seat, on back to the street, make with a feet a read. Now, if you're a PVT, then it's your duty. You must salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP, but on the cutie. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a tank that features that little device called a fluid drive. Jackson, if you still survive, then get all your junk right back in your trunk. Fall on your bunk. Claw. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be on back digging old G.I. Jive.
G.I. Jive, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris, the panhandler. Phil, I'm glad you sang that. It was a nice touch for our last broadcast, and I'm sure you'll do a great job on the Kay Kaiser program this summer.
Well, thanks, Jackson, but don't look so happy. I'm going to be back with you in the fall.
I know. It's amazing what trouble a dime for a cup of coffee can get you into.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do this summer? Make that picture to Warner Brothers?
Which one?
Oh, you know, the story of your life.
Oh, no, Don. I canceled that. I had too much trouble.
Hey, Jackson, why is it that every time you make a picture, you always have trouble?
Because I insist on being in it. Anyway, I read the script, and it wasn't anything like my life. They had me leaving Waukegan, traveling all over the country, playing my violin on street corners. Then at the end of the picture, they had me on a freight train going back to Waukegan. Some idea.
What were they going to call the picture, Jack?
Well,
Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Harris, it's remarkable how you can keep up this pace week after week. You darling boy, you.
That's right. Keep ad-libbing. Just keep going. Keep right going up into the pitch bandwagon. Goes right in, for the next hour and a half, Phil, that wasn't the title at all. They were going to call it The Life of Jack Benny. And another thing, they wanted to get somebody else to play the part of me. I never heard of anything so ridiculous. I should play Jack Benny myself.
But, Jack, even if you did play the part yourself, they'd have to get somebody to play you when you were younger.
Well, yes.
How about C. Aubrey Smith?
What are you talking about, C. Aubrey Smith? They wanted Danny Kaye to play my whole life. And I wouldn't stand for anything. Come in?
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
I'll take it, Bud. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now my wife can have another baby.
Fresh guy.
Who's the letter from, Jack?
It's, hey, fellas, it's from Dennis. Dennis Day.
No kidding.
Well, what do you know about that? It's from the naval station at Tucson, Arizona, where Dennis is in training.
Hey, what does the kid say, Jack?
Yeah, read it to us, Jack.
Okay. It says, Mr. Jack Benny, care of the Grape Nuts program, Hollywood, California. Dear civilian. I have been stationed at Tucson, Arizona ever since I left your program, and the air here is much better. I like being in the Navy. Last night I had fish for dinner, and it was nice to meet someone who had been to sea. Down here, we all sleep in hammocks, and for the first 3 weeks, it was very uncomfortable. Then somebody told me that you're not supposed to lay the hammock on the floor. So I hung it up like they told me to, and I like it much better, except it seems funny to swing and sway without Sammy Kaye. Ha! Isn't that a funny joke? I told it to my admiral, and he must have liked it because he told me to tell it to the Marines. I also told my admiral I used to work for you, and ooh, what he said. No other news. Give my best wishes to everybody, and give Mary a big kiss for me. You always seem to get more out of it than I do. Love to all. Yours truly, Dennis Day. P.S. Please excuse the ink, as I am all out of pencil. Good old Dennis. It was sure good to hear from him, wasn't it, fellas?
Yeah, I got a kick out of that. Say, Jack, can you imagine me ever sleeping in a hammock?
Don, any bed you sleep in looks like a hammock. Anyway, I'm going to write to Dennis tomorrow and tell him all the news that's happened since he's been away, and I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
I got some big news for you, boss. I'm going to get married.
Married?
Yeah, you know how long Cupid's been shooting those arrows at me?
Yes?
Well, last night he hit me with a secret weapon.
So you're going to get married, eh, Rochester? Well, tell me all about it. How did it happen?
Well, last night I went to a party, and there she was. I met her at 10:40, and at 10:45 the wedding was planned.
That's pretty fast, isn't it, Rochester? You only knew her 5 minutes.
Well, it's amazing what you can do when you meet someone if you don't waste time shaking hands.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, this must have been love at first sight. I never heard you talk this way before.
Oh, yes, boy. She's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah, did you ever see the statue of Venus de Milo?
Oh, sure.
In bronze?
Not exactly. You know, Rochester, I feel a little sad about this. You've been with me all these years, and now you're going to get a wife and set up housekeeping for yourself.
Oh, no, Mr. Benny, don't look at it that way.
What do you mean?
You ain't losing a butler, you're gaining a cook.
Well, right now, I sure could use one. Anyway, good luck, Rochester, and I hope you'll be very happy.
Thanks, boss. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes?
Since this is our last program, I'm having a few friends drop in for a little celebration, and I want you to stay home and have some drinks ready.
Okay, boss. I want to try a new recipe I learned last night.
Well, what's it like?
Well, first you take a 12-ounce glass and put it in a dash of bitters.
Uh-huh.
Then you add a jigger of gin. Then you add another jigger of gin.
Uh-huh.
And then you fill the glass up with gin.
Rochester, what kind of a drink is that?
Boss, did you ever hear of jet propulsion?
Yes?
Well, this opens the jet.
Well, you better forget about that and serve something mild. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Rochester doesn't discover Mars. Nobody will.
Say, Mr. Wilson, I want to ask you something.
Oh, so it's you again,
Yeah,
huh?
Mr. Wilson, if you were a sweet June girl graduate, what would you like for a graduation present? Some jewelry, maybe?
Look, I'm not a sweet June girl graduate.
Well, my daughter is, so put yourself in her place. Would you like some dainty lingerie?
No, really now. I want to talk about grape nuts.
Why, of course. That's the answer. Grape nuts.
Well, grape nuts are delicious and nourishing, but I haven't thought of them as a graduation present.
Oh, I mean, I'll give my daughter some helpful advice.
You'll give her advice for a present?
Well, I might throw in an umbrella at the same time.
Oh, fine. Now, Now, what's the advice?
Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature molly-rich grape nuts. Good advice for a girl graduate.
And good advice for anybody, for we all need a good breakfast in the morning. And crisp, delicious grape nuts make a swell basic breakfast dish. Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind nutrition experts recommend as a daily must. And grape nuts taste so tempting. Malty, rich, and sweet as a nut. You'll enjoy every spoonful. So, friends, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and make delicious, nourishing grape nuts your feature breakfast treat.
Well, folks, this winds up our last program of the season, but we'll all be with you again next fall. Meanwhile, Mary and I and our whole gang want to thank all you listeners for sharing this half hour with us throughout the season. I also want to thank our sponsor, General Foods, for a very pleasant association over these many years. And I know Dennis Day joins us in all those sentiments. Also, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, boss. I got some more news for you.
What is it now, Rochester?
The wedding is off. I ain't going to get married.
Why? What happened?
My girl's father said with what you're paying me, at least one of us would have to live with him.
What?
He intimated that financially I was hooked up with the wrong man.
Rochester, you mean he inferred that I don't pay you enough?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Don't worry about it. You'll find another girl. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
A word to the wise is sufficient, I feel, so all I need say is hot grape nut wheatmeal. Delicious, nutritious, it's rich, brown, and hot. So get grape nut wheatmeal. It hits the right spot. And what a bargain in quantity and quality. When you buy hot, brown grape nut wheatmeal in the big new 30-ounce economy-size package, that's 30 full ounces of swell-roasted wheat flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot grape nut wheatmeal tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Night, everybody.
Sunny program.
Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's early morning. Jack is still asleep, and Rochester's in the kitchen preparing breakfast.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio. So whether you go out or stay home, he's got you trapped. Who? Oh, hello, Sam. I'm glad you called. Hurry right over and return that suit I rented to the boss's back. I know your week ain't up yet, but I'll give you your money pronto pro rata and providing I'm alive when you get here. That's right. And Sam, we should pass the word along to the rest of my clientele. Goodbye. Well, I guess I'm safe now. Uh-oh. I'll have to dig up some excuse about Mr. Benny's tuxedo. Doggone, when I rented out for Jerome, how did I know they was going to cremate him? Oh, well, I better prepare breakfast before the boss gets up. Coming! Oh, it's you, Mr. Milkman.
Good morning, Rochester. I see by this note you left you want me to start delivering milk again and stop leaving cream.
Yeah, Mr. Benny's back.
Oh, Say, Rochester, is it true that Mr. Benny is going on the air for a new sponsor?
Yes, sir. Well,
you tell Mr. Benny I'll be listening to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, there's a little matter of last month's bill. Here it is.
$28 for cream. Okay, I'll write you out a check for it.
Wait a minute. Is that a pair of dice you're taking out of your pocket?
Mr. Milkman, lay that bill down on the ground.
Oh, but Rochester, now look, I don't want
It's too late now. I'm wound up.
Oh, all right.
Here it goes. There it is in black and white.
Doggone, I've been homogenized again.
Well, goodbye and bell up next month.
Rochester! Rochester!
Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Sit right down and have your breakfast.
Thanks. Gee, it's good to be home.
Good to have you home, boss. You'll never know how much I miss you.
Did you, Rochester?
Yeah. The 3 months you were away, this old house was so lonesome. I'd go into the living room and see a big easy chair with no one in it, and I'd feel like crying.
Gee.
The trees outside were in bloom, but they looked barren to me.
Oh, Rochester.
The birds were singing, but I never could seem to hear them. The sun was shining, but I never saw it.
Really, Rochester?
Yeah. I never got up till 8 o'clock at night.
Now, cut out this nonsense and get me something to eat. What are we having for breakfast?
Huh?
I said, what are we having for breakfast?
If this was last season, I could mention it.
If this was last season, you'd have to mention it. Now, get me my breakfast.
Okay. Okay, I'll get you coffee.
You won't sleep till 8 o'clock at night anymore. Rochester, shut off the egg timer.
But I'm getting your coffee.
Shut off the egg timer.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the door.
You told me to shut off the egg timer.
Answer the door.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the phone.
You told me to answer the phone.
Answer the phone.
Boss, I can't be in all those places at once. I ain't General Patton.
We'll talk about your rank later. Now, you stop the egg timer and answer the door. I'll answer the phone. Or the door, rather. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Oh, boy, it's good to be home. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum.
Hello, Jack.
Mary! Gee, it's good to see you.
Gosh, Jack, you look wonderful. I got to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, Mary, not out here on the front porch.
Another one.
Mary, please, you're embarrassing me.
One more, Jack.
Mary, for heaven's sake, put me down. Please.
Oh, Jack, what are you ashamed of? I haven't seen you in 3 months, and that's a long time to go without a kiss.
Gee, Mary, you mean you haven't kissed anybody for 3 months?
Leave me out of it. I'm thinking about you.
Oh, thanks.
Gosh, Jack, it's good to see you. How was your trip?
Come on in. I'll tell you all about it. Mary, believe me, it was wonderful doing shows for the boys overseas. What a great job those kids are doing. And you know what? If I were 20 years younger, I'd be right out there with them.
You said that during the last war.
Well, I meant it then, too. I mean, Mary, stop mixing me up. I was in the last war. Remember I was in the Navy?
Oh, Miss Livingston, hello. Hi.
All right, Chester.
Mr. Bentley, that telephone call was from your sponsor.
My sponsor?
You act like you're surprised you got one.
Well, I'm surprised he called. I wonder what it's about. Maybe he wants to... No, he wouldn't be giving me a bonus so soon. I wonder what it can be.
Well, maybe he wants to know who you're going to have for a singer. You still haven't got anyone to replace Dennis Day.
That's right, Mary. You know, confidentially, I've been considering Bing Crosby for my singer. You know, he's starting to get popular now.
Well, Jack, I don't want to disillusion you, but you're not going to get Crosby for $35 a week.
I wasn't thinking of $35.
You ain't gonna get him for what you're thinking either.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about? You can't hire Crosby. He makes thousands of dollars a week.
Well, hey, maybe I could get his little son, Larry. He sings, too. Or for $5 more, maybe I could get the twins.
Why don't you wait another year? You might have more to choose from.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll find a singer. Come in! Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Jack.
Rosie!
Oh, Jack, that trip did you a lot of good. You look wonderful.
I feel good, Don. I really do. Although I lost about 10 pounds.
Well, I lost some weight, too, but on me it isn't noticeable.
Really, Don? How much did you lose?
84 pounds.
You didn't lose it. You just misplaced it.
You know, Jackson, it's like old times having you back. I thought about you every day.
Oh, sure, Phil. I bet you didn't even know I was gone.
I did, too. You left on the day of Flat Top's funeral. You were gone all through Gravel Gertie, and you got back the day after the Brow paid his debt to society.
The Brow? Gravel Gertie? What are you talking about?
I bet you don't even know about the Summer Sisters being in that iron clamp.
The Summer Sisters?
How do you like that? The newspapers spend millions of dollars trying to educate people, and he don't even take advantage of it.
Well, I've been away. I don't know what's going on around here. Say, Phil.
Why, Jack, Phil was on the Kaiser program.
Well, that must have been nice.
For 13 weeks.
13 weeks? Now I know you're a jerk.
What do you mean?
If you couldn't answer the questions the first week, why did you keep going back? That I can't understand.
Look, Jackson, you got it all wrong. They hired me to ask the questions. I was the professor.
Professor?
Yes, professor. P-U-R-F-E-Z.
I know how to spell it. O-R. Professor. Remind me to listen in Wednesday night. I want to hear Phil ask those questions.
Jack, starting Wednesday night, Kaiser will be back on the show.
Oh, then I'll surely listen. Well, fellas, I hate to break this up, but I got a call from my sponsor, and I have to go over and see him. Oh, say, kids, before I go, I want to give you the souvenirs I brought you from the South Pacific.
Boss, you want a hammer to open that big crate?
No, not the crate. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Well, what's in the crate?
Never mind.
You're acting kind of funny about that crate, Jack. Why don't you open it?
I don't have to. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Then what have you got in that crate?
It's something I brought home for myself. I got it on one of the islands in the South Seas.
Well, open it up, Jack. Let's see what it is.
Don, it's nothing. You wouldn't be interested.
Rochester, give me that hammer. I'm going to open it up.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Phil, please. Phil, it's just a little thing I picked up on one of the islands. It's for me. Phil.
Well, it's open.
Phil, you have no right to pick up...
Hey, Jackson, what are you so excited about? There's nothing in this crate but a grass skirt.
Nothing but a grass skirt? Let me... Oh, darn it, she got away. Isn't that awful?
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean you actually tried to bring back a...
Mary, help is hard to get, and stop leering at me. Now, come on, Mary, we're going down to see my sponsor. See you later, fellas. I'll see you...
Come out wherever you are. I know you're not very far. How I wish you'd hurry, 'cause I'm inclined to worry. These arms of mine are open
husband, you'll appear. Where are you, dear? Come out, come out, come out wherever you are. Come out from under that star. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, come out, come out, wherever you are. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, come out, come out, wherever you are.
Here it is, Mary. Here's my sponsor's office, George W. Hill. Let's go in.
Okay.
And, Mary, please try and act nice, will you?
Oh, Jack, stop worrying. Even though he is your sponsor, you don't have to fall all over him.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm going to treat him just like any other person.
But, Jack, you never brought a girl in Orchid. Why bring him one?
Well, you know, Mary, a man in his position has got almost everything else. Come on, let's go in. Miss, will you please stop into Mr. Hill's office, step in and tell him I'm here?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't heard that side of it before. But continue. Your opinions interest
Pardon
me.
me, Mr. Hill.
Yes, Miss Bates?
Jack Benny is waiting in the outer office.
Oh, good, good. Tell him I'll see him in a few minutes. I'm in conference right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, as I was saying, your opinions interest me. I'd like to hear more of them.
Well, first of all, Mr. Hill, I don't want you to think that I have anything against Benny personally.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Allen.
You see, Mr. Hill, with Allen, it's 2 receptions to 1 instead of... I'd be the last one to try and get his job. I've always semi-admired Mr. Benny.
Well, after all, Fred, how could anyone dislike a man like Jack? A man who last year was affectionately nicknamed after General Patton. Old Blood and Guts Benny.
Oh, in that order. Old Blood and Guts Benny. You mean old Toupee and Wrinkles. Old Blood and... Why, you know, Mr. Hill, last week his doctor took a sample of Benny's blood and sent it to the laboratory to be analyzed. It came back with a note saying, "Congratulations. Put an olive in this and you've got a martini." Blood, why, Benny wasn't delivered by the stork. He was brought by a leech.
After hearing you talk, I get the impression that you don't like Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you that impression, Mr. Hill. I'm really very fond of Jack. He's one of my best friends. It's just that I hate to see him go back on the air and be a flop.
But what makes you think Benny will be a flop? He always gets laughs.
Mr. Hill. Anyone can get laughs who tells a joke, wiggles his ears, drops his pants, and then shows a Bob Hope movie on the seat of his underwear. And with Benny's red flannels, it looks like it's in Technicolor yet. How could he miss?
But, Mr. Allen, I'm a businessman. I don't care how a comedian gets his laughs, as long as he sells the product. And I think lots of people will sit by the radio, smoke a cigarette, and listen to Jack Benny.
Mr. Hill, that is an impossibility if I have ever heard one. Smoke a cigarette and listen to Benny. How in the world can anyone smoke and hold his nose at the same time? It can't be done.
You know, Fred, I'm a little surprised hearing all this. You see, when I hired Jack, I thought he had a large following.
No, he just looks that way when he's not wearing his girdle, Mr. That large following is all Benny.
Well, look, Fred, perhaps it isn't too late. Do you think I could help the program if I got rid of Benny?
No, by all means keep Jack on the program, Mr. Hill. Just cut his part down a little.
Oh, cut his part down a little, huh?
Well, look, Mr. Hill, I know you're a busy man, and I want to run down the hall and see your assistant for a few seconds. I may drop back a little later.
Okay, Fred. You'll find Mr. Stauffer's office quicker if you go through that rear door.
I knew he'd be in the rear. Thank you. So long.
Now, let's see. Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Hill.
You may send Mr. Benny in now.
Well, hello, Mr. Hill. Sure glad to see you. Here, have a cigarette.
I'm already smoking one.
Oh, well, I'll have another. Mr. Hill, you know Mary. Mary, you know Mr. Hill. Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill.
Hello,
You're
Mr.
one
Hill.
of the swell... now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill.
Hello, Mary.
Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill, that you're one of the swellest guys I've ever met. Not because you're my new sponsor, but because you're one of the finest fellas in the world. One of the squarest, grandest guys.
Oh, Jack, stop pinching his cheek.
Nervous. Well, Mr. Hill, here we are. Yes, sir, ready to get off to a great start on our new radio series.
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir. Talk? To me? Is there wrong anything? I mean, anything wrong? Is there?
No, Jack, nothing wrong. Just a routine talk. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
That's my chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your chair.
Well, you should know. You're sitting on him.
Oh, yeah. Silly me not to notice you, Mr. Hill. I'll sit here.
Now you're sitting on me.
I guess I am a little excited, Mary. I'll sit here.
All right, if you think you'll be comfortable on that ashtray.
Pardon me, Mr. Trey. I'll just get up. Is this your lighted cigarette, Mr. Hill? Sorry, I didn't see it, Mr. Mr. Hill.
Now, Jack, I wanted to talk to you about some things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guess who was sitting in this office just a few minutes ago?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Hill. Who was it?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What was he doing here? What did he want? What did he say?
Well, Jack, for one thing, he said...
That's a lie! When I see him, I'm going to...
Now, Jack, that's no attitude to take. Fred doesn't dislike you. Why don't you try to like him?
How can anyone like a guy who looks like he does?
Oh, Jack, Allen isn't so ugly.
How would you know? You can't see his face until you lift the bags under his eyes. And with that pained expression, he looks like a hen trying to lay a square egg. Well, don't tell me about Allen.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. And please stop biting my nails.
If I ever meet that sneak face to face, I'll tell him about it.
Well, Mr. Hill, I just dropped back to say goodbye, and, why, Jackie Benny.
Freddie, old boy.
Jack, old pal, it's certainly good to see what's left of it.
Freddie, I was just telling Mary and Mr. Hill how much I've missed you.
Yes, sir, Jack. It's great being together again.
I'll say it is. Well, tell me, Freddie boy, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Oh, making a picture. I'm over at United Artists.
Oh, yes. I heard that Boris Karloff isn't there anymore.
I know, and I heard that since you've been with Warner's, the studio isn't there anymore.
Now, listen here, Alan.
Jack, it's your own fault. You always have a chip on your shoulder.
I haven't got a chip on my shoulder.
No, he's right, Mary. That's his head. His head looks like a knothole with skin on it.
That settles it, Alan. I've tried to be friends with you, but you won't have it that way. I'd punch you right in the nose if there wasn't a lady present.
I'll leave, Jack.
You sit down. Now, you listen to me, Alan.
And you listen to me, Benny. You'd punch who in the nose?
I'd punch you in the nose if it weren't for your wife and children.
I haven't got any children.
Then why aren't you in the Army? Answer that, civilian.
Oh, Jack, for goodness
You
sake.
keep out of this. Now, listen, Alan, for the last time, I want you to mind your own business.
Jack, why don't you and Fred shake hands? And
You
try
shut
to...
up. Now, listen, I want to... Oh, my goodness. I said that to my sponsor. Hill, I didn't mean to say shut up to you. I meant just to say be quiet. I mean, please be quiet. I mean, I didn't mean it at all. I never think to say like that to you. Mr. Hill, don't stand there with your back to me. Freddie boy, please tell Mr. Hill I didn't mean it. It was an accident. It was all a big mistake. Fred, don't stand there with your back to me. Mary, tell Mr. Hill it was all a mistake. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him anything. Just say
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Roodly toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boo! Then you wash and dress, or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet. Freak. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, if you still survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. The G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
Mary, do you think Mr. Hill was really angry at me because of what I said?
Oh, no, Jack. He knew you were excited and nervous.
Gee, I hope so.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about a new singer for our show? We have to get somebody since Dennis is in the Navy.
Well, I don't know, Mary. I thought maybe next Sunday I would talk to Frank Sinatra and see if I can make a deal with him.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
But, Jack, he's got 2 programs already.
Well, then maybe he'll hire me. We'll get together some way. I'll ask him to drop over next Sunday. Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Fitz Company, makers of those fine Fitz products, present the new Fitz Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You never know just how much I love you. You never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That's sugar-cured hammy. That's golden gravy hammy. And that's what I like about the South. Late morning out at the Harris residence. Alice has been up for some time, but the master of the house is just now coming downstairs to join his wife. Oh, baby, you really look lucky this morning. Look at that peaches and cream complexion, and those big brown eyes and that blonde, wavy hair. Oh, you really got it, kid.
Phil, will you stop looking at yourself in that mirror?
Well, can I help it if I'm adorable? Hey, where are the kids?
They're playing outside on the swing. I want to speak to you about this, Phil.
Yeah? What's up?
Well, baby Alice will be starting school next year, and so will Phyllis before long.
Yeah, they are growing up.
I was thinking, it might be a good idea to get them a tutor.
No, honey, they're too little. They're liable to fall off that thing and get hurt.
No, Phil, I mean someone to come in a couple of days a week and get them started on their ABCs.
Oh, I don't know, honey. When I was a kid, I didn't have no fancy teachers coming to my house.
Oh, you didn't have no fancy teachers coming to your house. Well, just where did you acquire your vast education?
What are you asking? I got it off my old man. From the time I was 5 years old, he took me every place he went.
Oh. I suppose he wanted you to see things for yourself, huh?
No, he just didn't like to get loaded alone.
You know that's not true.
It is true. My first words were, draw two.
Yes, and you haven't forgotten them either. But, Phil, this is serious. Emily Williams gave me the name of an excellent tutor. He's done wonders for her boy.
What do you mean? Her kid's 19 and he's still drooling.
Well, anyway, I'm going to have a talk with this man.
Well, I don't bet too much of the idea.
But still, you don't want your children to grow up to be ignorant, do you?
Look, what was good enough for their father is good enough for...
That's just it.
All right. I'll leave it up to you. Look, I got to get out to the studio. We got a band rehearsal this morning.
You won't be long, will you?
No. I'll be right back after lunch.
All right. Goodbye.
Come to think of it, I might be back before lunch. Bye.
Mr. Harris.
Oh, what is it, Sissy?
Don't you dare leave this house. You haven't had any breakfast yet.
Oh, that's all right, Sissy. I'll grab something down.
No. You sit right down here and drink a cup of coffee. I've been keeping it warm for you.
Well, bless you, Sissy. You beautiful creature, you.
Oh, Mr. Harris. You know I'm not beautiful.
What do you mean? I bet if I'd have met you 10 years ago, they'd have had to tie me down.
That's all right, Mr. Harris. 10 years ago, I'd have cut the rope.
Oh, Sissy, you rascal, you. You're sharp as a biscuit this morning. Yes, hey, what's that perfume you got on?
Oh, why, Mr. Harris, I don't use perfume.
Well, something smells awfully good.
Well, I did put a little vanilla extract behind the ear.
Well, you keep it up, honey. After all, Alice got me with a dab of bourbon.
Oh, Mr. Harris, you say the funniest thing.
Well, I try. Look, Sissy, thanks for the coffee. I got to get down to rehearsal now.
Oh, Mr. Harris, I wonder if sometime on the radio your band would play a number from me.
Certainly. Be glad to. Honey, what is it?
Slow, gently, sweet Aspen.
Hey, Sissy, Harris playing that one would be like Senator Bilbo singing Yankee Doodle Dandy. Okay, fellas, put away them racing forms and start the pitch, because here comes your Dixieland just took over.
Hey, let's make this one fast, Bill. I gotta get out of here.
What's wrong with you, Artie?
Gonna take my mother-in-law to Anaheim.
What, again? I thought you just took her there last week.
I know, she keeps coming back.
All right. Throw a sock over her head the next time. Get rid of her. Now, let's get going. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Frankie, my guitar player?
I'm over here, Curly, getting a cigarette out of my coat pocket.
Oh, that stuff is so hard to get. Frankie, get up. You'll get glass in your tongue. No, Phil, I wasn't lapping it up. I was just kissing it goodbye. Never mind. Now, let's get this rehearsal over with.
But Phil, you didn't pick a number yet.
Okay, well, hand over that file. Let's see what we got.
Okay.
5 minutes more. Swamp Fire. Jelly Roll Blues. Flow Gently Sweet. How did that get in there? Oh, here's a good one. Blue Skies. Hey, fellas, let's give this one the once-over. You got it? Okay, now take it from me. 1, 2. Hold it. All right, come on. Who's the wise guy in the outfit?
What's the matter, Bill?
What's the matter? One of you bums is playing the melody. What's wrong with you guys? You sound like something that fell off of the Manhattan merry-go-round. I can't get a... Come on, fellas. Let's try this number 4 here, and next time let's take the lid off of it.
Bill, I gotta take my mother-in-law to Anaheim.
Shut up. 1, 2. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up, look me up. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where the men are men and love it, and the gals are sure glad of it. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Everybody's gonna holler, howdy-do, howdy-do. Everybody there will say, howdy-do, howdy-do. Where the men are men and love it, and the girls are sure glad of it. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Ask anyone for Rusty, everybody knows of me. They'll tell you where I'm riding at bar ABC or C. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Now we've got everything in Texas looking up, with the moonlight on the prairie and the gal that ain't the prairie. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. ask anyone for Phil Z, they'll tell you where I'm at. They'll say that I'm in Galveston with a box-sack coat and a Stetson hat. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up, look me up. We've got everything in Texas looking up. Looking up, am I right or Amarillo? Man, that state's a killer-dilla. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Bronco ride and take some cactus, or you'll wind up on the cactus. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where's the gals are good at figures, and the cowboys quick on triggers. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where three gals are raven beauty, hip-tie-tie-tie-dee. What I'm trying to tell you is I can't wait to get back down there so I can hear sounds like this. Sure glad you come by. Don't you all forget to come back now, you hear? Bye now. Bye. I'm going to build a Dolby Palace for my Alice down in Dallas. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up.
Every woman wants her hair to be a shining example of well-groomed beauty and feminine charm. And every woman can have shining, radiantly clean, soft hair by using Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. For Fitch Shampoo reconditions as it cleanses, making your hair soft and silky, shining with the glowing light of a firefly, and surprisingly easy to manage. Fitch's reconditioning action not only helps your hair wave more easily, but helps it keep the wave longer. And remember, Fitch Shampoo is good for all colors and textures of hair. Countless discriminating women find Fitch Shampoo a real aid to hair beauty, and yet it's so convenient to use. One reason is because it lathers and rinses out equally well in hard or soft water. And since it's completely soluble, only an ordinary water rinse is needed. Fitch Shampoo is economical, it's efficient. It's a shining example. A shampoo to give your hair well-groomed beauty and feminine charm. For beautiful hair, use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly each week. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
What number are you calling, Cleo?
I'll have Encino 8342.
I'm sorry. That's a private number.
I know that. I'm calling Alice Faye.
Is this a person-to-person call?
Well, who do I sound like, a hyena?
Well, now that you mention
Never mind. Now, just give me the number, sister.
Here's your party. Hello.
Oh, hello, Alice. I'm leaving the studio, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, Phil, I'm so glad you called. I got the tutor I was telling you about for the children. He's coming 2 days a week.
Yeah? What's he like?
Well, he's English, and the children are crazy about him already.
English, what is he? One of them snooty mademoiselles?
Not at all. Why, he's charming, Phil.
Wait a minute, Alice. Us with an English tutor, they'll come and get us. They'll stone us. This will ruin me. The white coat man will be there. It's going to ruin my social standing.
Your social standing?
Certainly, it's liable to ruin my reputation as a crumb.
Well, I don't care. He'll be very good with the children. And look, Phil, when you come home, please do me a favor. Try to be a little careful.
What do you mean?
I mean your manners and your grammar. After all, this new tutor seems so nice, and I wouldn't like to lose him the first day.
Now, wait a minute. What's wrong with Harry?
I'll tell you what's wrong with Harry. Limit your call to 5 minutes, Leo.
You get off of here.
Look, Phil, I don't want to criticize you, but please be on your best behavior when you come home.
Listen, honey, you don't need to worry about me. I'll ride in there on an English study.
Phil.
Goodbye. I'll see you later.
Who's that on the phone, Mommy? Your Daddy, honey. I was telling him about Mr. Merton, your tutor.
Oh, he's a nice man, Mommy.
Well, I'm awfully happy your children like him.
Why? Is he going to take Daddy's place?
Oh, no. No. He's just going to give you a few lessons so you and Alice will be all ready for school when the time comes.
But why do we need a tutor? Daddy could teach us about everything.
Oh, did he curse?
Yeah. Our daddy is the smartest, the clever, and the most beautiful man in the whole world.
Why, Phyllis. Phyllis, where did you hear that?
Baby Alice read it to me where Daddy wrote it on the wall.
Oh, and I thought Sissy scrubbed them all off.
Okay, Union, that was swell. That's all for today. I'll see you guys Sunday.
Hey, Phil. Hey, Charlie.
What is it, Frankie?
Come over here.
What do you want?
Come up. Got a couple of pictures I want to show you.
Oh, Frankie. Put them away. You're a big boy now.
No, they're just a couple of snapshots of a little cutie I met in Santa Monica. How do you like this one? It was taken down at the beach.
Yeah? How long had she been in the water?
What do you mean? She's a cute kid. Why, she never goes anywhere without her mother.
Yeah?
Of course, the mother will go anywhere.
Oh. Stop that, Frank. How could you? Stop it. You got to stop hanging around that Jack Kirkwood rehearsal.
Well, I liked it. Hey, we're having a little party tonight up at Harry's place. Why'd you drop over?
Party?
You going to be stags? Sure, there'll be plenty of dames.
Look, Frank, I've been all over that with you. I've been all through it, Frankie. I can't make it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Alice won't let you out.
Well, it ain't that at all. I want to stay home. Feel all right? Yeah, I feel all right. I still want to stay home.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Look, Frankie, when a guy's got butter in the icebox, he don't go out looking for Oleo.
Well, you sure have changed, Curly. You ain't the common yard dog Harris I used to know. You remember that time we took the band to Australia?
Yeah. We ran into a couple of chicks the first night out, huh?
That's right.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah, it's okay. She's not around. Go ahead. We took the dames dancing?
Yeah.
And those Australian girls really had the joy jumping.
They sure did. I didn't find out till 2 days later that mine was a kangaroo. Oh, I loved it. I was doing what they call an evermore pitch with a backswing glide. I was good. Hey, listen, let me ask you something. Frankie, weren't those people in Australia Englishmen?
I don't know. They were some kind of foreigners.
Why? Well, Alice has a new English tutor for the kids, and she don't think I'm sharp enough for the guy.
What do you mean? Meet him on his own ground. Talk his language. You know, God blimey, Governor, it's a bit thick out tonight, ain't it, old shithead?
Hey, Frankie, do them Englishmen really talk like that?
Sure they do.
Well, no wonder them Russians don't understand them.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Merton, I didn't know you went out.
Yes, Sissy, I have to run down to my place for some books. Are the children about?
Yes, I think they're right in the front room. They've been after Mrs. Harris to sing them a song.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll go in.
Baby, if you are a vexed one, a dreary, weary, and perplexed one, I've got troubles and he's got troubles, and you're no better than the next one. You will find your share of bliss if you just remember this. You can't have satisfied with the little you may get. You can't have everything. Don't envy neighbors and the fortunes that they get. Live and laugh and listen, don't be greedy. Help the needy and you gotta get lucky, yes indeedy. Never man, beggar or king. You just can't have everything. So thank your stars above for a song in your heart, a penny in your pocket, and someone in your arms to love. For a song in your heart, penny in your pocket, and someone in your arms to love.
That was pretty, Mommy.
Yes, Mrs. Harris, that was excellent. You have a lovely voice.
Oh, Mr. Merton, I didn't see you come in. I was just singing for the children.
Yes. Phyllis and Alice, if you'll just run up to the nursery, I'd like to have a little chat with your mother.
All right, Mr. Merton.
Well, Mrs. Harris, I must say you have two delightful youngsters.
Thank you.
They're such attractive little types and so articulate. Of course, I feel a bit of an outsider in their conversation. For instance, who is this person they continually refer to as Hotshot?
Well, I'm afraid that's the nickname they have for their father.
I see. Well, by the way, Mrs. Harris, just what does your husband do?
Do?
Yes, what is his means of employment?
Well, he's a musician. He's with Benny.
Benny? Benny who?
That Benny, you know, on the radio.
Oh, yes. Forgive my ignorance. You see, I seldom listen to the wireless.
Well, you see, Mr. Harris has the office. Hey,
Alice, I'm home. Alice.
Oh, honey, we're in here in the living room. Come on in.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Merton, this is my husband.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Well, God blame me, Governor. It's a picnic out tonight, ain't it, girl? What say we pop down to Cheapside for a bit of off and off, girl? I beg your pardon?
Oh, Phil Harris, this is a fine way for you to come home.
Don't stand there, Alice. Throw a spot of tea on the Governor. Maybe the toasted scones or trumpets or anything. I say, Governor. I say, I do believe you're pulling my leg. Oh, Biscuit Ed, I was 2 feet from you. Yes, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Harris, I believe I'll rejoin the children.
I don't blame you, Mr. Merton.
So long, Governor. Don't take no wooden tuppences.
Phil Harris, just what was the purpose of that?
What did I do? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, no? Why, you biscuit, Ed? We're off to Cheapside for a bit is off and off. Don't take no words to defense.
No words to defense. That's a 10th Avenue Englishman if I ever... What I'm trying to say is... I'm some double tips. Don't worry. I'm doing all right. Look, I really laid it on him, didn't I? What are you beeping about? You told me to be refined, didn't you?
You did this on purpose, you big clown. Just because the tutor was my suggestion.
But look, honey, it don't make sense, us with an English tutor.
And why not?
Well, let's face it, kid. You'd still be working at your old job if you hadn't slammed your elevator door on Xanak's foot.
Bill Harris, you know I was never an elevator operator.
All right. So you dropped one of your fans in his soup. I don't know.
So, will you stop being so funny? I only want our children to have the best education we can give them. Besides, it will mean a lot to you.
To me?
Yes. It'll be kind of nice to have someone to read to you in your old age.
Be kind of nice right now. All right, honey. Maybe the guy's okay for the kids. I don't know.
Well, after your performance just now, we'll probably never see him again.
All right. I'm sorry.
Well, I
I think you owe Mr. Merton an apology.
All right, but gee, the fella's an Englishman.
Well, what about it?
What about it? Frankie just told me them guys came over here and burned down the White House.
There. That was in 1812.
Well, then why don't they go home? Is the joint still smoking?
Never mind that. I want you to speak to Mr. Merton.
All right, I'll talk to the governor. I'll talk to him.
Excuse me, Mr. Harris.
Oh, Luigi. How's the garden coming along?
Oh, fine, Maestro. Maestro, would Mrs. Harris like some flowers in the house for the company?
Company? Oh, no, that's the governor. Huh? Oh, no, that's the tutor. Mrs. Harris has him for the children.
Oh, yes. You know, Maestro, it's a good thing to bring out the talents of the young. I'm never going to forget when Luigi was a little boy. I want to be the greatest painter the world has ever known.
Hey, I never knew you wanted to be an artist.
Oh, yes. I was determined to emulate Michelangelo and Botticelli. Oh, by the way, Maestro, do you like Botticelli?
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't bad if you cut it with a little vermouth.
Well, finally, I went to Paris to study art. I rented a charming little studio on the left bank. Oh, Maestro, Paris was beautiful. I would sit by the hour in a little sidewalk cafe, sipping the wine from the provinces. And then at night, all the beautiful models would flock to my studio, and we would talk of life and love.
But, Luigi, didn't you do any painting?
Maestro, I asked you with a setup like that, would you?
Keep rolling. Don't let me stop you.
But soon, Maestro, I cast aside these little pastimes and I threw myself into my work. For 2 months, I painted like a fury. I painted like a fiend. I painted like a madman. But nobody would buy my work.
Why not?
Maestro, they wanted someone who painted like a painter.
You can't please everybody, Luigi. Hey, Governor, you can really play this thing. Hey, let me have some more of that.
Oh, well, now, how about...
Oh, excuse me. I wondered who was playing.
Come in, Mommy. Mr. Merton was playing piano for us. Daddy says he's really hip.
Well, that's fine. By the way, Phil, did you talk to Mr. Merton?
Yeah, the governor and me, we're pals now. We got it all ironed out, eh, Gabby?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mrs. Harris. We had quite a discussion on music. You know, I studied a bit of composition myself at the London Conservatory.
And Phil discussed music with you?
Yes, indeed. I learned a great deal on the subject from Mr. Harris.
Now, what could Phil possibly teach you about music?
Just this, my dear. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let you see my dear old mammy. My name's Broad and Hammy. And that's what I like about the South. Yeah. Oh, Cindy, Governor, you're a solid cat, Governor. Right off top.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. You know, folks, first impressions are lasting ones. But you can't make a favorable impression if you have telltale dandruff flakes on your hair and scalp. Don't let dandruff work against you. Use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff with the first application is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. You'll be impressed with this easy-to-use and oh-so-effective shampoo. Simply apply a little Fitch shampoo to your scalp and massage while the liquid penetrates the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp, dissolving every trace of dandruff. Then add water. A lavish, creamy-rich lather forms to carry away the dissolved dandruff. leaving your scalp tingling with cleanliness, eager to please with its new beauty. Buy a bottle of Fitch shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop. Fitch shampoo will help you make your first impressions on others pleasing and lasting.
Good night, Mommy. Good night, Daddy. Good night.
Good night, baby. Yeah, you two better get some sleep now. You had a big day with your new tutor and everything.
Daddy, why aren't you smart like Mr. Merchant?
Look, honey, ain't it enough that I'm pretty? Right, babies, after all. You can't have everything. Be satisfied with the little you may get. You can't have everything.
Between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer schoolroom of the air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new Zenith portable radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fantas. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fantas is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh,
yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought the name. I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance here today.
The
All right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is part of the of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's all. You can't remember everything.
Now, our next question.
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's really
nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Roentgen, who discovered the Roentgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the Ampere.
Oh, the Ampere,
That's
the
right,
Ampere.
Claudia. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also a DeSoto who was named and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? That stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you see?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in 1 glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better
right,
see
Joe,
that I
are
get
you
that
ready with
$100 bond, too. That's all I worry about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores, the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you worked that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What did
I said 5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Well, now, let's have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland. That's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper.
Cleveland, you know, I know Grover Cleveland, but...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia, designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny, You're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For sale.
Friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I don't know you're superior.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace, absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gift. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here...
Quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycom.
Tommy Haycom.
Jackie.
Tommy Haycom.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycom.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just, guess. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycom. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee. You know?
Quiet. Connie Haycom of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's the
next. If I had my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Ask me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need mythology.
My hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. You're standing like a big dope.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister?
Ethel?
That is Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For God's sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf, and he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head, and Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. He even raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
If you had your vitamins today, well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids, and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask me more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
On the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids with Jack Benny as our special guest. Five Quiz Kids, get ready for those examination questions you listeners sent in. And if you hear your name on a question, you know a Zenith portable radio is on its way to you. Because we give a Zenith portable for every question used on the show. You just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may rewrite them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, with the rules and regulations taken care of, we'll get on with the quiz under the tutelage of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everyone. Fort forgot to mention one rule. Of the 5 quiz kids, the 3 with high scores come back again. Now, we had one quiz kid who could never come back again on that basis because he got no score at all. So tonight we bring him back anyway as guest judge. His name, ladies and gentlemen, is Jackie Benny. Now, His Honor, Judge Benny is going to be a little late for school tonight because he's giving his own show for the Army Air Force's Technical Training School away across town in Chicago. So we've arranged for a special escort to rush him here to the studios, and we have reserved an elevator, and it's waiting below to whisk him up to the 19th floor. And while we're waiting, we get on with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Merrick. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old, and I'm in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Ruthie?
I'm Sandra Duskin. I'm 8 years old, and I'm in 5th grade at the Parkside School.
And Joe?
I am Joe Kupperman. I am 6 years old and 2A at both the schools.
Say, wait a minute, Joe. I thought you were going to be on Jack Benny's program right now. What happened?
Well, you see, the government needed some of the time on Jack Benny's program, and both the government and me there wouldn't be time enough for both the government and me, and the government was more important than me, so I got off.
Oh, well, good for you. Well, now that's a splendid way to look at it, Joel, and I really admire you. You really are a true little American gentleman. Meantime, Fort Pearson will take over in the mathematics department.
Well, here's the answer to one family problem, Joel. You can add to your comfort and subtract plenty from your miseries if you try Alka-Seltzer when you're bothered with a headache or a touch of acid indigestion. In addition, you'll find Alka-Seltzer soothing when you have an upset stomach, simple neuralgia, or muscular aches and pains. And what's more, you can divide the small cost of Alka-Seltzer by the number of times it may prove helpful. And you'll find the price isn't even a fraction of the comfort it can bring. And that's exactly why the folks who praise Alka-Seltzer are multiplying day by day. Well, that's all for me, Joel. That's the quiz kid single.
All right, Fort. Well, children, your first question is from Phil P. Greenwood of Brentwood, Maryland. If you were in a hurry to drain the water out of your bathtub, would it drain quicker if you continued to sit in the tub after pulling the plug, or if you climbed right out? Richard?
If you sat in the tub, it would drain quicker because the depth of the water would be greater, and so the pressure varies directly as the depth of the water, and it'd be deeper, so it'd go out quicker.
That's right, Richard, my boy. Good for you. Well, now, let's see. Harvey has his hand up. Harvey?
Well, I agree with Richard, and there's another reason, too. Well, the water would be higher, and a little bit of it would go out the drain that's on top of the tub, too.
Well, now, say, there's an angle we didn't cover. Okay, good boy, Harvey. Well, now, next question. I hope you won't be at sea answering this question from John H. Barron of Minneapolis, Minnesota. He wants you to think of 3 seas named after countries or islands. Joel?
There's the Trans Sea I read in John Winslow of the Navy, and there's 2 of them, the North Trans Sea and the East Trans Sea, and there's the Irish Sea and the Arabian Sea.
Well, that's fine, Joel. That's all right, believe me. Well, we've got some more hands up. Let's see how far we can go with this. Margaret?
There's the Bering Sea.
Bering Sea after a country or an island, Margaret?
Well, there is a Bering Island in Bering Strait.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to take your word for it. I don't have it on my card. I'm sorry. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's the Java Sea, and I think there's one called the Japan Sea.
Well, that is right. Now, Java Sea, that's another one that I'll have to look up, I'm afraid, because I don't have that on my card. Well, we've got more than enough. Thanks very, very much, kids. We better get along to the rest of our questions now. Gene Archer of Dallas, Texas, must be anticipating spring house cleaning. He wants to know how much it costs to wash completely a window 4 feet wide and 5 feet high at 2 cents a square foot. Margaret?
20 cents.
How much?
20 cents.
You say 20 cents?
No. It'd be 20 square feet, so it'd be 40 cents.
Well, no. Richard?
80 cents, because you'd have to wash both sides.
Both sides of the window. That's right. I said completely. Yes, sir. That was sort of a little catchy question, Margaret. All right, next question. Esther Woodward of Cleveland, Ohio, points out that some characters in literature are decidedly off the beam. What did these characters do to make you think they are a little off up here? The first character is Ophelia. Margaret?
Ophelia murdered.
Well, I think I'm going to have something more than that. From what?
From Hamlet.
Beg pardon?
She's from Hamlet.
Hamlet, by whom?
William Shakespeare.
That's right. Well, let's see if we can't get something further on Ophelia here. That's all right, Margaret. Ruthie?
What do you mean by off the beam?
Beg pardon? Well, that means, a little bit touched in the upper story up here, see?
She drowned herself.
That's right. And, Margaret, I think that you'll find that Ophelia didn't murder.
Meant murdered herself. I forgot about suicide.
Oh, I see. Yes, she drowned herself. All right, well, I guess that takes care of Ophelia. Now, how about Papageno? Papageno. Ruthie?
Well, he lied.
Well, yes. Can you tell us something else about him?
Well, he was a bird catcher, and he was condemned to serve Tamina in his search for Tamina.
Where would you find Papageno?
In the magic flute.
By whom?
Mozart.
By Mozart. That's right. Now the next character is Mr. Billingsley. Richard?
Well, he just does sort of silly things around Jack Benny's house.
Tell me, Richard, can you quote him on anything?
Well, when we were on his program, he came in and he said, "Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, playing with the kitties, I see."
Richard, can you tell me who takes the part of Mr. Billingsley?
I think it's Bill Morrow.
No. It's, well, that's beside the point. It's Eddie Boulogne, another of Jack Benny's writers. All right, so far so good, kid. Well, now, Mrs. Frank C. Doyle of Elmira, New York, sends in these descriptions of girls mentioned in song. What are the songs? This first lady is described by the author as the girl with the strawberry curls. Harvey?
Well, that's in Casey. The band played on, and Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde. And the part that says the strawberry curls is he nearly the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, can you sing part of it for us, Harvey?
He nearly the girl with the strawberry curl, and the band played on.
Well, makes everybody want to waltz, doesn't it? That was fine. Now, here's the next one. The buckwheat cake were in her mouth, the tear was in her eye. Richard?
Well, that's Susanna. From Oh, Susanna by Stephen Foster.
That's right. And I didn't really think you kids would get that because that's rather obscure. It's in the second verse, by the way. But can you sing part of Susanna for us?
Goes, the buckwheat cake was in her mouth, tear was in her eye. Says I'm coming from the south. Susanna, don't you cry.
That's very, very nice, Richard. Very nice. All right, Gordon S. Slaughter of Vestal, New York, sends in this Bible question. He wants to know who got left behind in each of these instances in the Bible. Here's the first instance. Escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Margaret?
Well, Lot escaped, and Lot's wife did not. She was turned to a pillar of salt.
That's right, Margaret. Now, here's the next instance. And the man, the lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye be true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. Ruthie?
Simeon was us.
Simeon, that's right. Good for you. Well, the next question is one that comes up in most every home where there are youngsters.
How can I get my children to take their vitamins without a lot of nagging and coaxing?
Well, that's easy. No doubt you're referring to vitamins A and D, or perhaps you call them the cod liver oil vitamins. So why don't you give these vitamins to your children in pleasant-tasting tablet form? Yes, I mean one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles. Each of these easy-to-take tablets actually contains even more than a normal daily supply of vitamins A and D. And these one-a-day tablets are so pleasant-tasting, the children can chew them like candy. And, of course, Mother, from your point of view, you avoid not only the coaxing and nagging, but also there's no sticky spoons to wash, no greasy stains on clothes or tablecloth. These winter days, when so many colds are going around, it's wise to give the grown-ups, as well as the children, the vitamin protection of one-a-day vitamin A and D tablets. You take just a single tablet a day, and it costs very little, hardly more than a penny a day when you buy the family-size package at your drugstore. Remember that name, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by the Miles Laboratory. Now, let's have more questions, teacher.
All right, Fort. Well, kids, Ruth Collins of St. Louis, Missouri, wonders whether you can shed any light on how these quotations end. Both mention candles. How far that little candle, and then what's the rest of it? Ruthie?
How far that little candle throws its beam, how shines a good deed in this naughty world.
Well, that's almost true, word for word. Let's see if we can't get in the correct words, Ruthie. Who's that by the way, Ruthie? Well, let's see if Margaret can tell us. Margaret?
Well, Portia says that's in The Merchant of Venice, also by Shakespeare, and I think it's the, how far that little candle throws its beams, so shines on a good deed in a naughty world.
That's right. You were off on just one word. It's his beams instead of its beams. Well, all right. We mustn't get too technical. Here's the next one now. In winter, I get up... Harvey?
In winter, I get up at night and dress by yellow candlelight. In summer, quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day.
And that is by...
By Robert Louis Stevenson. And it's, I think, a child's garden of verses.
Well, the name of it is... Let's see if we can bring that out. Joel?
Bed in Summer.
Bed in Summer, that's it, yeah. Hold everything. The door's opening, and yes, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, His Honor Judge Jack Benny.
Can I talk to you here?
I don't know. Through here? Well, all right, over there.
No, really, I hate to butt in on this thing like that. I'm sorry I'm late, but you see, I have my own program every Sunday night at 6 o'clock in Chicago, and I just got through with my own, and I had to run back to my hotel at the Stockyards Plaza, and then I had trouble coming. You know how crowded the cabs are now. You can't get any cabs or anything, so I finally got in a streetcar, and I had an argument with the conductor there. I just happened to ask him if they make rates for actors, and they said no, and had a little trouble there. Where do you want me to sit?
Right over here, Judge. Yes, but listen, you didn't need to go to all that bother. Ordinarily, our judges don't go in for white wigs, you know.
I'm going to find out pretty soon who's going to be the comedian here. That's what I'm...
Well, Judge, school's already in session, so you'd better take your place at the judge.
I'm glad to see all these kids again.
I bet you are, Dad. We're mighty glad to see you.
I haven't seen them since we played together about 20 years ago at the Palace, you know?
By the way, Judge, here are the scores up to this point, and you can carry on from there and keep tabs on the scores. All right. Now, let's see.
Pardon me, I put on my glasses. I'm at that trombone age, you know, where you get this thing.
Well, that's all right. That's all right, Jack. Don't apologize. Now, here's our next question here. Here's a surprising question from Joe Hefner of Hamburg, New York.
Really?
Oh, yeah, this is for the children. Yeah. Now, who was the last Democratic president to serve only one term? The last Democratic president to serve only one term. Margaret?
I think it was Calvin Coolidge.
No. Oh, no.
No, it wasn't Coolidge.
No, it wasn't, no. I'm glad you're listening.
Was he president at all?
Oh,
he was, yes.
Oh, Judge, please, after all. All right, let's see what Harvey has to say.
Was it Buchanan?
Well, now, I'm asking you.
Buchanan.
That's just who it was. James Buchanan. You really knew that.
I was hoping he'd get it.
Yes,
I did. Very good.
All right, now, who was the last Republican president to serve 2 full terms?
Fred Allen.
No. Now, Judge.
I'm sorry.
No, okay. Harvey?
That was Ulysses Simpson. No, I think Ulysses Simpson Grant.
You think?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, I am too. That's what it was. Yeah, that's the answer. Now then, here's a math question from Frank Clark of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Assume that the world is 25,000 miles in circumference. If you walked around the world at the equator, you wouldn't lose your head, but it would go faster than your feet. Approximately, how much farther would the top of your head travel than the soles of your feet? You are 5 1/2 feet tall.
Would you mind repeating that?
Judge, I don't think it's necessary. We have some hands up, and
pardon me.
I think I'll call on Richard.
Well, Joel is smaller than I am, so why don't you let him answer it?
Uh-huh. That's a nice gesture, Richard. It looks to me we're going to be so polite around here tonight we won't get this question answered at all. So we'll let Joel try it, and then we'll check with you, Richard. All right, Joel.
5 feet 1.5 inches times 2 would equal 10 feet and 3 inches times, that's 10 1/4 times 3 1/7. 10 times 3 1/7 equals 41 3/7. And 1/4 of 3 1/7 equal 11/14 plus 31 3/7 equals 31 32 3/14 feet.
Well, now, let's check with Richard on that. Richard?
Well, either I misunderstood or Joel did. I thought you said that you were supposed to be 5 1/2 feet tall.
Yeah, that's right.
But he figured it for 5 feet and 1 1/2 inches.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's start all over again. I'm sorry.
You see, I was right in asking you to repeat the question.
You certainly were, Judge.
I mean, after all, I'm a guest here, you know. You can treat me with a little courtesy, Mr. Kelly.
Well, I'm very, very sorry.
Just because you're running for mayor again, you know.
I'm sure Edward J. thanks you very, very much for that plug.
Burns me up. They asked me to come over here. I'm not getting paid for this, you know.
Well, I'll tell you. Let's start all over again. Joel, do you think you've got it right now? 5 1/2 feet tall.
Well, 5 1/2 times 2 equals 11 times 3 1/7 equals 34 4/7.
34 4/7 is right. Good for you. Oh, that's
funny,
marvelous.
Joe. I had 33 1/2. I was just a little bit off there. I'm sorry.
Well, I think
I must have figured that wrong.
You left
33 1/2.
Evidently, you left the pi part out.
The cubic. I had the cubic meter in
Oh,
there.
that's where you were
Yes,
wrong.
That was 33 1/2. I can't figure out.
Well, Joel, after the broadcast, will you get together with the judge and explain it to us?
Well, you have to multiply by 2, and then...
I did it! I multiplied.
What? No, wait, here. Wait a minute. Joel.
You multiply by 2, and then you multiply that by 3 1/7.
I know, I did it twice. I multiplied it twice, and I got 33 1/2.
Then you must have been wrong on the...
Okay. All right, Joel.
Joe, listen, I'd just like to say one thing. When I was 8 years old, I used to be able to answer all these questions, too. But believe me, 20 years makes a difference. You forget.
Well, we'll take that up after the broadcast, Joel. Thanks a lot.
Anytime Joel wants to make something out of it, you know. See him later.
I'll tell you what, you can all
make him any day he ever saw, you know.
Judge, pardon me.
Yeah.
You can all catch your breath a minute now while Fort Pearson goes on with the vitamin lesson.
Thank you, Joe. This time I would like to talk about the B vitamins that are so important in our daily diet. Yes, the same B vitamins that you find in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles. These B vitamins are found in meat, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So, if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. What's more, you'll find them low priced, too. A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. That's a name to remember and insist on when you're buying B vitamins. One-a-day brand, vitamin B complex tablet, made by Miles Laboratories. Now, the next question, please, Joe.
All right, Fort. Are you ready, Judge? Yes, all right. Now, here is a question from Mrs. Mary.
I got 33 and a half.
Here is a question from Mrs. Marion P. Miller of New Orleans about famous Allens. I want you to identify them. The first one is Ethan Allen. Margaret?
Well, he and his Green Mountain Boys cleaned up on the British before and during the Revolutionary War.
That's right. Good for you. All right. How about Alan Adale? Joel?
In the book, it was in the book Robin Hood, and Robin Hood helped Alan Adale win the wife he wanted.
That's right, Joel. Can you tell us something else about him?
Yeah, he was a minstrel. I mean a mister.
That's right. All right, well, thanks very much. Now, wait a minute. I thought there'd be a third part to this question. Another Allen.
Juggler. There was a juggler by the name of Allen.
Oh, juggler. Well, I couldn't think of
sort of a lout, if I may.
Well, I really couldn't think of one myself, so I guess we'd better get along here. Now, we're going to have some fun with this question from Arlene Erickson of Bellingham, Washington. She wants you to make up some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Punning is permitted. All right, now let's have some sentences or expressions using the names of popular brands of soap. Margaret?
If I had my way, I would bury him.
Uh-huh. Well,
we're back to Allen again.
Yeah. All right. Very good, Margaret. All right, any more? Ruthie?
You mean the names of the soap?
Yes, you can use the name of a soap.
You're my sweetheart.
Ruthie, that was cute. That was a doozer. Yes, sir, that's all right. Any more? All right, Joel?
I was just going to say that the one Margaret said was not a real verse. It was blank verse.
Blank verse. How about that, Judge? Judge?
Blank verse?
Yes.
Well, I can't agree with Joel.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Well, all right, then. I think we'd...
Not until we get that other argument settled about 33 and a half before I agree with him on this.
All right. Well, I'm for Joel.
I don't understand how I got 33 and a half for that thing.
All right, Margaret?
Well, you could say, it's a blackout. Look, turn out the light.
Yeah, you could. That's all right. Harvey?
Well, it doesn't have to be any particular brand of soap. We'll use Palm Olive. Palm Olive for the phosphorescent skin.
Well, that's all right, too. I think Ruthie's really caught on the idea. Now, Ruthie?
There's an ivory statue over there.
An ivory statue. Well, that's all right. Very good. By the way, Judge,
yes?
I said punning is permitted. Would you like to participate in this?
Well, I don't know. I come in contact with soap so little.
Right. Well, okay. Let's get along. There's a bell. Yes, sirree.
The bell saved me.
You certainly did. Yes, that was the last bell. School time's up. And now it's time for His Honor Judge Benny to demonstrate his jurisprudence.
My what?
Well, Jack, you do have the scores ready.
Oh, the score.
Oh, yeah.
Well, don't rush me. I'm double checking. Let's see. 5, 5, and 6, 5. Carry over the square peg into the round roof. Still got 33 and a half. Look, Kelly, you're not going to put me in a spot like this. No.
Well, what do you mean, Jack? You're here as the judge, you know, and you're supposed to add the scores and decide which 3 of the 5 quiz kids come back next week.
Oh, I am. Well, listen, Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids are all friends of mine, and the way my scores come out, all 5 of them tied for first place, and they all come back next week.
That's certainly fair, Your Honor. And I know
figure out how he got 34 and 4/7.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do now. We'll have Joel get together with you after the broadcast, Joel, by the way, after the broadcast. Yeah. And then he can explain everything to you, and I'm sure that he will straighten you out on that, I'm sure.
I'd like to have him straighten out how I can save a dime out of my income tax next year. We'll get together later, Joel. We'll
yes, you two fellows get together. Now, as I said before, that was certainly fair of you, Jack, and I know there'll be no appealing your decision. Now, of course, you know we give each quiz kid a $100 denomination war bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer. These bonds are...
Oh, I was worried there for a minute.
Yeah.
Who gives 100?
The makers of
I thought it was the judge for a moment. I got a little bit there.
Yeah, the children get them.
Oh.
Now, these bonds are to help the children with their future education.
I see.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't get anything. No bonds or anything.
No, that's just for the children.
I just come over here for nothing. Well, Joe, that thing, they help our boys on the fighting front for such things as liberty and democracy and freedom of education, which makes possible splendid American youngsters like the quiz.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you very, very much for lending us your judicial presence tonight. Yeah. Well, school's over. This is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids class until this same time next Sunday. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Good night, Judge Benny.
Good night, teacher.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at this same time. Jack Benny appeared on the Quiz Kids program through the courtesy of the General Foods Corporation. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network. Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
I think might seem worthwhile. Well, in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Luster Cream Shampoo. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Hair of Gold, Eyes of Blue.
I came down from Butte, Montana, for a little change of scene, and a hay where I met a pretty queen. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Oh, I planned to leave on Monday, but she held me kinda tight. So I held the ground and hung around, and I left on Friday night. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. I was kind of blue and lonely, so I took my horse and pack, and on Sunday morn was up and gone, heading south and riding back. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine, the prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, forget all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advise. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Our young hero, Dennis Day, is a lad who learned in his early boyhood to smile in the face of adversity. And judging from the life he's led, he's been smiling constantly ever since. But even he doesn't seem able to muster up a smile tonight. For you see, his girlfriend Mildred has gone to visit her grandmother for a week, and our young hero is taking her absence mighty hard. We find him now pouring out his woes into the most sympathetic little ear in the Anderson household.
Gee, I don't know what to do with myself. Seems like she's been gone 2 months instead of 2 days.
Now, buck up, my boy. We're going to have some fun tonight. I'm taking you to our club smoker.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Anderson, but I don't smoke.
You might when you see Tassel's Latour, the red-headed ball of fire.
Huh?
She's a bubble dancer.
A bubble dancer?
Sure. You know, girl who dances with a bubble.
Can't you get a feller?
Of course she can. But there's some men who'd rather watch her dance with a bubble.
Gee, well, I guess it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yeah. Not that Tassels is going to do her bubble dance at our club dinner, of course. We just hired her to sing a few songs because she's the only professional entertainer we could get.
Oh.
But she's something to look at. Oh, my quivering soul and body.
Oh, gosh, how does Mrs. Anderson feel about letting you go to a club smoker when there's a woman like that present?
Oh, it makes no difference, Tootsie. She wouldn't let me go whether Tassels was there or not.
But I thought you just invited me.
Well, sure. You see, you're part of my alibi.
I am?
Yes. I told Tootsie that you and I were going over to John Campbell's tonight to see the pictures he took on his fishing trip.
Yeah?
And John handed his wife the same story, that he was coming over here.
Boy, you got quite a head on those little shoulders.
Sure.
You're absolutely safe as long as Pooksy doesn't get together with Mrs. Campbell.
Yes, and that's hardly likely. Gosh, I hate to lie to Pooksy, but, well, gee, a fella's got to enjoy himself once in a while. My home's the happiest in the whole world, but occasionally I do get a little,
Stir crazy?
Certainly not. You don't imagine I think of my home as a prison, do you? Why, that thought has never entered... Yes, Warden. Yes, Pooksy.
What's the Campbell's phone number?
The Campbell's number? Why? What do you want that for, passion girl?
Well, since you and Dennis are going over there tonight, I thought I'd ask Mrs. Campbell to come over here.
Oh, no, well, they haven't got a phone, Pooksy. Have they, Dennis?
No, the telephone company took it out, Mrs. Anderson.
Took it out? What for?
Unnecessary jiggling.
What?
Oh, it's the truth, Mrs. Anderson. I happened to call up Mr. Campbell about an hour after their phone was removed, and he told me all about it. He said that...
Dennis.
Yeah, I see the hole in it now.
There's one just like it in your head. Now step aside. Operator, I want Mrs. J.H. Campbell on Wilson Boulevard, please.
Oh, hey, I'm dead.
What did you say?
He said she's dead.
Who's dead?
Oh, Mrs. Campbell, they're holding the wake tonight for men only.
Are you crazy? I passed her on the street this afternoon.
Did she wave?
No.
See?
Dennis, stay with you. Oh, hello. Is Mrs. Campbell in? Mrs. Clara Anderson. Oh, she'll be back in an hour. No, don't bother. I'll call her then. Goodbye. So Mrs. Campbell is dead, is she?
Oh, I made a mistake. I make them now and then.
Well, you'll never top the one your mother and father made.
Well, at least you got a little reprieve, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, but what good is it? In an hour, she'll talk to Mrs. Campbell, and then... Oh, I remember once before she caught me in a lie. She bowled me out for 2 days solid.
It must have been awful.
Yeah, of course, I was only able to hear her the second day.
Gee, what are we going to do?
Dennis, I have it.
We'll enjoy it. You haven't much time left.
I mean, I have an idea. Listen,
Yeah.
if we could get some woman to call up Poopsie and say that she's Mrs. Campbell,
Yeah.
all our troubles would be over. We'd have her tell Poopsie that she was busy.
Yeah, then neither of them would ever know the truth.
And I know just who we can get to do it, too. That spinster around the corner who has such a crush on you, Miss Baker. Will you ask her, Dennis?
Gosh, I'm scared to go near that woman.
Why? You can handle her.
She always handles me, and I'm ticklish.
Nonsense. She's old enough to be your mother.
Sure, and she looks like my father, but that doesn't stop her. Oh, well, I'll do it for you, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Oh, why, Dennis Day. Oh, you darling little bundle of oomph, you. What brings you here all of a sudden, and who cares?
Hello, Miss Baker.
Don't stand out there in the cold, dark street, dear boy. Come into my warm, dark living room. Sit down, you gorgeous thing, here on the couch beside me.
Well, okay, but you sit down first.
No, you first.
Oh, no. Last time I sat down first, and quick as a flash, you were under me, and I was sitting on your lap.
Yes, I know. And let's see if I lost some speed, huh?
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me so embarrassed.
Oh, you goose, you. And tell me, does that little girlfriend of yours, Mildred Anderson, know you're here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's out of town.
Uh-huh. When the cat's away, the mouse will play. Well, I want you to think of me as something any little mouse would just adore.
I always have.
Oh, thank you. Now, what seems to be on your mind? I guess I've made mine pretty obvious.
Well, Mr. Anderson and I are in trouble, Miss Baker. You see, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going over to the Campbells tonight, but actually we were going to the pub smoker.
Why, you dog.
Well, anyway, we just want you to call Mrs. Anderson and say you're Mrs. Campbell, and then tell her you can't be with her tonight, would you?
Well, if I do this for you, what will you do for me?
I knew you were going to ask me that question. I want you to know I'm totally unprepared for it.
Would you take me out on a date some night?
It's a deal.
Oh, you dreams, are you? Oh, I'm going to live.
Yeah. Now, you're sure you know what to do?
Yes. I call Mrs. Anderson, say I'm Mrs. Campbell, and that my husband...
Oh, Miss Baker, what's the matter?
Just saying I had one made me all goose-tempered.
Please, we have to hurry.
Well, all right. Oh, my goodness, see what you do to me. The blood is just racing through every inch of my body.
Oh, it's probably just trying to get the trip over with. Here's the phone, Miss Baker. Go to work.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing, I'm Sorry, But I'm Glad.
I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're lonesome. 'Cause if you weren't, you really wouldn't care. I'm so glad you haven't any peace of mind or another heart to share. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too.
Well, Mr. Anderson's story to his wife that he was visiting Mr. Campbell's house tonight seems to have been a highly successful fabrication, thanks to a phone call from Dennis's friend, Miss Baker. We find him now with Dennis and Mr. Campbell at the Club Smoker, which seems to be in full swing.
So the farmer looks at this fella and he says, no, by cracky, not till the price of corn goes up.
Oh, that's a killer, Campbell. Oh, that's the best I've heard all night. Dennis, didn't you like that story?
Oh, sure. Wait till I figure it out when you hear laughing.
You had to bring him, I suppose, Anderson.
Well, he's a good boy. Besides, it makes my wife less suspicious.
Yeah, we sure fooled him with that story of being at each other's house, didn't we?
We sure did. Hey, you know, sometimes I think women are pretty stupid.
Oh, sure. No question about it. Men are much smarter than women on the average.
Not till the price of corn goes up.
Of course, now and then you run across a case that drives the average way down.
Yeah. Hey, look who's coming over to our table.
Wow, Tassel's Latour. Must have heard me whistling at her while she was singing, huh?
Hello, fellas. Having a good time?
You bet, Miss Latour.
I'll say.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your singing was just wonderful.
You wouldn't kid a young girl, would you?
Oh, no, ma'am. Or you either.
Pay no attention to him, Miss Latour. He isn't hep like us.
Yeah. Hey, you're J.H. Campbell the banker, aren't you?
That's me. Nobody draws interest like I do.
Thought I had you spotted. Mind if I sit down?
Park it right on my lap, lady. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
Gee, how smooth can you get?
There we are, baby. Comfy.
Perfect. Okay, Dave, snap it.
Right, hold it. A perfect shot. Thank you.
Hey, did that fella...
Oh, sure thing, Cuddles. My press agent needed a shot of me sitting on the town's most prominent lap. Well, publicity, huh?
Publicity? Why, you...
See you tomorrow morning on the front page, J.H. So long.
Oh, no. No.
Hey, that's a good one on you, Campbell. All she wanted on your lap was a picture.
Oh, yeah? Have you forgotten you were sitting right next to me? What'll your wife say when she sees it?
Oh, my sacred Aunt Sally's polka dot animal castle. What are we going to do?
My wife will leave me.
Mine will leave me lying there. Dennis, think of something, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, anything.
Well, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going to look at pictures of Mr. Campbell's fishing trip. Let's tell her that this was just one of the pictures he took on the trip.
On a fishing trip? How do we explain Tassel's Latour?
Live bait?
I'm afraid not. Wait a minute. By George, I think I've got it. That photographer is a newspaper man, right?
Well?
And a newspaper man can't resist a story, right?
Well, what of it?
Well, in 5 minutes, there's going to be the biggest fight and riot in history right across the street in Clancy's Tavern.
Oh, boy, can we see it?
See it? You're going to be in it.
Huh?
Don't you get it? We go over and pick a fight with a couple of guys. John stays here, and in 5 minutes, he starts yelling, riot, murder, big fight across the street.
Yeah?
Sure. The photographer runs over to take pictures, and we grab his camera and smash it into an unrecognizable pulp.
By that time, we'll be kind of hard to identify ourselves.
It's our only chance, don't you see, Dave?
Sure. Come on, Dennis. Now, remember, John, 5 minutes.
Boy, all the trouble I'm getting into over this thing. I might just as well be in the same position as you fellas.
Don't be silly, Dennis. Tomorrow, you will be single, but our trouble never stops. Pretty quiet in here tonight. You see anybody we could pick a fight with?
Hey, how about those two over there?
Where?
In the corner, see? One of them's putting on her lipstick.
Now, don't be silly. This has to be a real struggle.
Yeah, I guess they do outweigh us.
Hey, look. Those two big Marines over there. Now, that's more like them. Huh? They look like murderers. Are we in luck?
Yeah, some days everything goes just right.
They're perfect. And, if one fights, they'll both fight. Men in uniform always stick together.
Yeah, but couldn't we wait for a couple of Western Union boys?
Oh, no, this is it, then. Now, go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Gosh, I don't know how a fight starts. I've always been single. Well, here goes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah? You and who else? Huh? Just try it, that's all.
Oh, mister.
Come outside and call me that.
Well, what are you talking about anyway?
Put your hands in front of your face and keep them there, pal. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
Hey, what is it?
Come on, fight.
I don't want to fight.
I thought so. Marine. Seagoing bellhop. That. What a crummy branch of the sword.
Yeah, you said it. I've been trying to transfer to the Navy for years.
Huh?
Sure, the Army and the Navy got it all over us Marines.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think the Marines are the best outfit in the world, and I'll lick anybody who says they aren't.
Well, now you mention it, I have met some pretty nice ones.
Keep off my side, will you?
Look, it's getting kind of late, Sonny. I'm due back at the base. See you, huh?
Hey, wait, please. Couldn't you throw a chair at us or slug us with a bottle or something? Couldn't you, huh? Huh?
Look, kid, take a tip. Hereafter, lay off the torpedo juice. It'll shrink your brain. Even yours. So long.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Dennis. Well, it's all over now.
Yeah, looks like that picture will be in the paper tomorrow, all right.
Yes, and when Poopsie sees
There's
it...
the fight, just like I told you. What a mess. Guns, knives, nice furniture, blood. Look, it's murder?
Yeah, yours and mine, first thing in the morning. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Well, has she seen it yet?
No, but she'll be down any minute. And then our marriage will be over forever. And it was such a beautiful relationship, Dennis. We were Tristram and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet all over again.
Yeah, when you weren't Lewis and Walcott.
Oh, we had our little differences, but we always patched them up until this. This is the end.
If we could only keep her from seeing the paper.
It's no use. She'll ask for it first thing. She always does.
Yeah, but maybe we could tell her that...
I hear her coming.
Good morning, Herbert. Dennis.
Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, my dear kind wife, who is merciful and sweet and kind and smiles no matter what happens.
What's this nonsense now? Have you the morning paper, Herbert?
Oh, there is no morning paper this morning, Mrs. Anderson.
No morning paper? Why not?
A big paper shortage sprang up last night.
What could cause such a sudden paper shortage?
Too many people rubbing instead of blotting.
Very funny. Now, let's have the paper.
You wouldn't want to see it, dear.
Yeah, the news is awful.
Oh, there was a big flood down south, a terrible flood.
Florida is now located off Boston.
You just couldn't stand the news, Poopsie. Hurricane kills millions on West Coast. Fire destroys Canada. Earthquake levels the whole Far East.
Little Abner floods dog patch with schmooze.
Now, you can stop this silliness right now. I want that paper.
But, Poopsie...
It's no use, Mr. Anderson. We've lied enough. Time now to tell the truth.
What?
Mrs. Anderson, lies and trickery and deceit are foreign to my nature when I see they won't work. Your husband wasn't at the Campbells last night. He was at the Club Smoker.
The Club Smoker?
Yes, the picture in the paper tells all.
In the paper? Give it to me.
Now, dear...
The only picture here is of someone named Dave Collins, Tassel, the tour's press agent.
Huh?
It says his taxi was in an accident late last night, and all his camera equipment and pictures were destroyed.
What? You mean if this fool hadn't opened his mouth, you never would have known it? Oh, no.
Herbert Anderson.
You'll have to wait your turn. Dennis Day.
Oh, wait. No, Mr. Anderson, please. This isn't like you. Wait, you're not your daughter or your wife, you know. You I can lick. Wait, stand back. Help, don't do that.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing In the Still of the Night. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, you can see this come true, revealed by a luster cream shampoo. You'll see your hair lovelier, your wave or curls softer, more glamorous, easy to do quickly. Even in hardest water, luster cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, easier to manage, brilliant with sheen. Don't wait. Tonight, use Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty, magical cream. Discover why it's by far the top favorite cream shampoo. Get the big jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, you can be a...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
From the musical score of Rosalie, here now is Dennis to sing Cole Porter's In the Still of the Night.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world is in slumber, oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, oh, in the chill still of the night.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So, to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Try Colgate tooth powder today. This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. As a highly competent administrator, a fast clearer-upper of disposable details, and a disciple of the clean desk, the president of Ivy College is not one to linger unnecessarily in his administration building sanctum when his work is done, whether it be noon, 3 o'clock, or midnight. It's now 2:30 in the afternoon, and he's signing the last letter of the day's correspondence with his faithful secretary, Miss Goodson, standing by, blotter in her right hand and the presidential fedora in the other, as he says,
Good heavens, Miss Goodson, why do I dictate such long letters? What's this one about? Before I sign it with blind faith in your efficiency.
It's a review of the year's work of the Student Cooperative Association, Dr. Hall. Suggestions for improvements and a pat on the back for scholastic achievement and their social program.
But it did take me 3 pages to do that.
It took you 5. I cut it to 3.
Oh. And you didn't consider it presumptuous to take such liberties with my personal correspondence?
With your blind faith in my efficiency and my pride in your reputation as someone who gets to the point of things, no, sir.
Thank you for keeping my reputation unsullied. As one who takes 5 pages to write a 3-page letter, I am lucky to have you on my side. Is this the last one?
Yes, sir. Except the one you wrote to the music editor of the Ivy Courier. I didn't transcribe that one.
Oh, why?
Because after you'd read it over, you wouldn't have sent it. His criticism of the Glee Club concert was unfair, but your reply was hasty and unworthy of you.
Yes, we presidents don't seem to learn, do we, about sending letters to music critics. Well, thank you again, Miss Goodson. You are indispensable.
No one is indispensable, Dr. Hall, but a good secretary finds it indispensable to give the illusion of it.
That's a very acute observation. Did you learn that in secretarial school?
I learned it from you, the first week I worked for you. Now, if you'll sign this letter, Dr. Hall.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Your theater tickets for Friday evening are in your overcoat pocket. Your railroad reservations to the state capitol on Saturday will be confirmed in the morning, and one of the buttons on your left sleeve is a little loose.
What is the temperature outside and who won the World Series in 1934?
44 degrees and the St. Louis Cardinals. Will that be all, sir?
You mean for the Cardinals?
No, sir. For me, for you, for today.
Yes, that's all, Miss Goodson. Please phone Mrs. Hall, will you? And tell her I'm on my way home and to have a smile burning in the window for me. Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm so glad you got away early, darling. And I did have a smile burning in the window for you.
You mean Miss Goodson gave you my message literally and verbatim?
Absolutely deadpan.
Her pan may sometimes appear to be defunct, my love, but it is my good fortune that her mental pallbearers will be unemployed for some time. It is due to her speed and competence that I so often manage to get home early.
And for that I love her dearly.
Yes, I see no reason for staying in my office arranging paper clips into mobiles when the real work of the day has been completed. Have there been any phone calls?
Only some woman who was very indignant because she had two heads.
Because what?
Because she had two heads. She was trying to get the grocery and got this number by mistake, and she'd ordered one head of lettuce and they'd sent her two.
There are times when I'm tempted to ask for an unlisted number, but in my position it'd be like the fire department making a similar request. My availability is one of the...
You'd better answer it, Toddy. You have a knack for coping with two-headed people.
No, it's not a knack, my love. It's a proficiency acquired only after years of application and research. The manipulation of bicephalic individuals will have to be discussed at another time. Dr. Hall speaking. Who? Oh, yes. How are you, Professor Rubin? I'm happy to hear from you. Oh, why, yes, just a moment, please. He wants to talk to you, Vicky.
Really? Hello, Professor Rubin. Yeah, well, of course, I'd be very happy to. Mm-hmm. But tomorrow at 10? Oh, good. I look forward to it. Goodbye.
And what happens tomorrow at 10?
Professor Rubin wants me to help him pick out a birthday present for his wife. It seems he's so nervous in women's shops, he always winds up at the hardware store. Once when I suggested hose for his wife, he said he'd got her 50 feet of it last year.
With an adjustable nozzle, I suppose. Well, Professor Rubin is a gentleman of the old school. A school which had no classes in sales resistance to feminine fripperies. It must be that in these days of jet transportation, the world is so casually girdled that the informality has taken root. And we are the hapless victims of those corset and hosiery ads which smite us hip and thigh.
Yes. Well, you're not so bashful, darling. Or how did you happen to buy me those lovely things for Christmas in exactly the right shades and sizes?
For that, my darling, I fortified myself with 5 cups of coffee, gave myself a stern talking to, made out a list, walked firmly out of the house, stopped at the office, and deputized Miss Goodson.
She blushed when you gave her the list.
Oh, no, dear. One of the priceless qualities she possesses is an ability to accept any assignment with cool detachment. I am sure that when she learnt about the birds and bees, it was from an elderly ornithologist in a businesslike apiary. No, my darling, in this case I...
Busy little beaver, isn't it? Hello? Oh, well, hello, Matthew. Yes, he is. It's young Matthew Walden, Toddy, Professor Waldens' son.
Oh. Yes, Matthew. Why, certainly. Come right over. Good. I'll be expecting you. I wonder what that means. He said he was phoning from right around the corner. And when a young man who lives at home calls from right around the corner, it could mean that...
The phone at his house is out of order.
No. Knowing Professor Jeremy Walden, I would say that he wouldn't tolerate anything being out of order in his household. Not because he's a relentless taskmaster, but because he has a sharply functional mind and an extraordinarily high set of standards. He's a very enviable reputation in his field, Vicky.
Whenever the students speak of him, they always seem to lower their voices unconsciously. Is that out of fear or awe?
Or what, dear?
Or awe.
Oh! Well, no. Now, his course in Renaissance literature is one of the best liked and most feared courses that I've been.
Yeah, let me see. Now, Matthew must be a sophomore by now, isn't he?
Yes, and a very promising young student.
When I was a child, I deeply envied a little girl whose mother was the teacher of our school. I imagined that it was lots of fun having a direct pipeline to the inside dope. And I'm not referring to the teacher. But now I can see that it must have its own difficulties.
Oh, it does indeed. As Ben Jonson observed, greatness of name and the father often overwhelms the son. They stand too near one another. The shadow kills the growth.
You come right in, won't you?
Thank you, Mrs. Hall.
Dr. Hall's expecting you in the study.
I'm sorry to barge in on you like this.
Oh, not at all, not at all. We haven't seen half enough of you lately.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hall. I've been working very hard, and I guess I just wasn't... I don't know.
Well, don't have a breakdown. Just an expression of regret. Come along in. Yes, all right.
Ah, Matthew, come in. Delighted to see you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
And how is my esteemed colleague, your father?
As a matter of fact, Dr. Hall, it's about my father that I... Or maybe I should say it's about myself that I came to... You see, Father and I'm not making a very good beginning, am I?
Oh, but you are, Matthew. You've already given us a glimpse of the situation, and my husband's like a camera. Give him a glimpse, and he has the picture.
Yes, but it sometimes requires a little extra development.
Well, I wouldn't have come to you unless I'd tried to work this thing out myself, but I just can't, Dr. Hall. You see, I'm a literature major, and I've always planned to work in the same field as my father.
Well, I have a particular interest in that field myself. In my own teaching days, I was set out to pasture there. Let's see now. As a sophomore, you are eligible for your father. What's in Renaissance literature? Did you register for it, Matt?
Yes, sir. Difficulty. I've worked very hard, Dr. Hall, and believe me, it's not just because Father teaches.
It's not.
I thought I was doing pretty well, but you know how correct and impersonal Father is about work.
Oh, I do indeed.
Well, in trying to be completely fair, Father's been leaning over backwards in his attitude toward me. His standards for me are even higher than for the rest of the class. He's been making it, I just can't tell you how tough. He's going to flunk me, Dr. Hall. He can't help himself.
Well, what do you mean he can't help himself, Matt?
Well, he's put us both on the spot. I've got to be good, but I can't be good enough for him. And if I flunk, well, I'll get over it, but Father won't. I'll either have to change my major or go someplace other than Ivy. It's an awful mess.
And something that would be rather uncomfortable to discuss with your father, eh?
Yes, sir. He'd consider it taking advantage of our relationship on a matter relating to the classroom. And now, Dante is coming up in the course. That's Father's specialty. He knows more about Dante than Dante did. In fact, sometimes he manages to look more like Dante than Dante.
The only likeness of Dante I've seen was a big bust, and your father couldn't qualify for that.
Well, that's the whole story. I feel better now that I've told somebody.
Well, I know you love your father, Matt, and undoubtedly he loves you. And that's where the trouble is. He's afraid he'll put the heart before the course.
Well, now let me give the matter some thought, Matthew. Perhaps I'll be able to suggest a course of action. In the meantime, be patient and keep on working.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Hall and Mrs. Hall. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Matt.
Yeah, Matt seems to be in quite a spot. Is his father really that grim?
No, but Professor Walden's a very exacting teacher. He believes in the value of repetition in education, familiarity through reiteration, like water wearing away stones. Little drops of Socrates, little drops of Dante, little drops of Pope.
Drop namer.
But, Claudia...
It looks as though Abraham is about to sacrifice Isaac. You'd better get out the burning bush.
I hesitate to intervene in anything so delicately balanced as a relationship between father and son. I'm inclined to agree with Oscar Wilde's observation that children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them, and sometimes they forgive them.
Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
It's several days later when we return to the Halls of Ivy. Dr. Hall has been in his study a good part of the morning when his wife Victoria brings him the mail.
Here you are, Toddy.
Thank you, darling. Anything of interest?
Well, there's a letter from the Ivy Exterior Decorating Company.
Mm-hmm.
They'd like to paint our house with their new non-fading, insect-repellent, vitamin-enriched house paint. Starts out by saying, don't be a shabby neighbor. Shall I read the rest of it?
No, dear. Please don't. No, any letter which starts off with such an insulting premise consigns itself to the file and forget basket. If they don't like our premises, I don't like theirs. Besides, a vitamin-enriched house paint is not good enough in these days of super science.
No, of course it isn't. They don't even have chlorophyll in it.
Obviously an outmoded product, yes. We must have paint containing chlorophyll, B1 complex, penicillin, sulfur, and assorted antibiotics.
In 6 delicious flavors, too.
Does that constitute the morning's mail?
Well, no, not quite. The Committee on Buildings and Maintenance, headed by Professor Bronson, sends a plaintive little note. It seems that the research laboratory is overcrowded.
It's a perennial complaint.
The students say a degree of BSc means Bronson sardine can. There's too much sympathy wasted on sardines anyway. Why do they need elbow room? They don't have any elbows.
Well, Vicky, what are we going to do about the Waldens, father and son?
Oh, I don't know. But whatever is done, I suppose will have to be done in such a way that the dignity of both Waldens is preserved.
I can't appeal to Professor Walden because that would put Matthew in the position of a plaintiff. And I can't counsel Matthew to bear it as best he can because that would imply a criticism of his father.
Well, it might not preserve their dignity, but I'd just knock both their heads together. Probably end up by weeping copiously on both their shoulders.
Oh, you're underestimating yourself, Vicky. You'd probably handle the situation beautifully. I shall never forget watching a performance in London of a play in which you briefly appeared. Or perhaps I should say a play which appeared briefly with you in it.
Which play was that, darling?
I remember nothing about it except that there was a horse in the third act, which kept nibbling at your long blonde wig. Without missing a line, you calmly took off the wig and gave it to the horse to eat in comfort.
Yes, I remember that wig. The line down the middle of it was the best part in the play.
And, except for you, the horse was the best actor.
Yeah, well, let's say we were the best actresses, dear. She was a mare.
Horse or mare, I noticed you got a fine round of applause from the stalls.
Oh.
What was the name of the production? Madness at Noon? I never did figure out what that had to do with the play itself.
Oh, well, the title was all that was left of the original after the rewriting was finished.
Oh.
Yeah, they should have left the play and rewritten the title. The critics had such a jolly time with it. You know, madness at noon, stupor at midnight, and they'll hate themselves in the morning, and things like that.
Yeah, the titles of bad plays have a morbid fascination for critics.
Yeah.
I remember a dreadful piece called This Too Shall Pass Away, to which one critic responded, let it not stand on the odor of its going.
Well, anyway, I knew the play was closing the next day, so it didn't matter. And Walden and Son will close too, Toddy, if you don't do something about them soon.
Unfortunately, if Professor Walden flunks his son, I'm afraid he will feel compelled to justify his action by even greater severity toward his students.
And Matthew would never forgive him.
Now, if I could find some way to prove to Professor Walden how intelligent his son really is, and give him an opportunity to commend the boy's work publicly, then perhaps...
I know the signs, Toddy. You're way beyond perhaps. You've hatched a big fat plot.
Well, I had thought of visiting Professor Walden's classroom on some conveniently routine matter, in preparation for which I've been renewing my acquaintance with Dante. I've got to make sure that I make the right mistakes about him. That is, I will try to be wrong in the right way.
Dr. Hall. It's a privilege to have you back in the department again.
Well, thank you, Professor Walden.
I hope you can stay and join our discussion. If the smell of gunpowder has an effect on an old soldier, a former teacher like yourself should respond to the equally dynamic smell of powdered chalk.
Well, I've been studying your notes on the blackboard. They are far more legible than any I ever put up there.
We were discussing Dante and his beloved Beatrice.
Yes, the best known today, I suppose, by their unreasonable facsimiles on calendars and cigar boxes. But I've always been fascinated by the complex relationship of Dante to La Donna Gentile Beatrice. The gentle damsel Beatrice, of course, appears in the Divine Comedy, but it was in the earlier work, La Vita Nuova, that Dante paid such eloquent tribute to his beloved. But, really, I didn't come to give you a lecture on what you already know.
No, please go on, Dr. Hall.
Dante was only 26 when he wrote La Vita Nuova. That is, according to his first biographer. And incidentally, who was Dante's first biographer? Let me see. The other Mr. Walden, Matthew. Can you tell me?
Yes, sir. Boccaccio.
Correct. Boccaccio. Who, as I'm sure Professor Walden has mentioned in passing, wrote other things besides the Decameron. And now that you are on your feet, Matthew, would you mind if I try another question on you?
All right, sir.
I would like you to identify the sonnet, which so lyrically describes the early death of Beatrice.
Sonnet, Dr. Hall?
Yes. The one which contains those simple and eloquent lines, Che fai, non sai novella? Morta è la donna tua, chi era si bella. Dead is your maiden who was so fair. Do you recall it now?
Well, yes, I do, sir, but did you say sonnet?
That's right.
But, Dr. Hall, I'm sure it wasn't a sonnet.
Not a sonnet? Well, if it's not a sonnet, what is it?
It's a canzone, sir.
Canzone? Oh, no, I'm sure it's not a canzone.
Dr. Hall, the lines you quoted were written by Dante before Beatrice died and were inspired by a vision of her death, weren't they?
Yes, that's quite right. They were, in a sonnet.
Well, those lines are in a canzone, Dr. Hall. I'm positive.
You are? Well, now, it's very simple. Why don't we appeal to the highest authority, Professor Walden? What was it, Professor? A sonnet or a canzone?
Well, Dr. Hall, I'm afraid I have to support my pupil. He is quite correct. It was a canzone.
It was? Well, thank you, Professor Walden, and thank you, Matthew. I think I'd better retire from the field. One more such blunder, and I shall never be able to face either of the Waldens again. I congratulate you, Matthew. Your father has a reputation for being exacting, and you've just given us a fine demonstration of your own sense of exactitude. And thank you all for the privilege of being with you.
Oh, Tolly, that was perfectly splendid. Now, what was the reaction of the class?
Well, they've been perfectly conscious of the emotional drama that has been taking place all semester, Vicky, so they were as delighted as I was with the outcome. Although I must say they were most unconcerned with the fact that my reputation became slightly tarnished in the process.
Oh, well, I'm sure it didn't, Tolly. Not even with Professor Walden.
Well, I don't know. Professor Walden is such a straightforward and direct man. My devious tactics may have escaped him.
Well, I'm sure he's grateful to you in any case. Well, I'll get it, darling. Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. Is Dr. Hall busy?
Come in. We were just talking about you.
Ah, Matthew, I'm glad you came by. I wanted to thank you for helping me out of my difficulties this afternoon.
You thanked me, Dr. Hall, for what?
For picking up your cue so quickly.
For being so distressingly accurate in correcting my blunder.
About that, Dr. Hall, my father and I have discussed the matter.
Oh?
And he wanted to make absolutely sure that I was correct, so he looked up the very best authority on the subject. I've brought the reference with me to show to you.
Oh, I'm perfectly ready to accept Professor Walden's own judgment.
Well, he was particularly anxious for you to look at this.
Oh, very well. Let me see it. Good heavens. So I am convicted by my own evidence. Well.
What is it, Charlie? Let me see.
It's something Father found in the files of the department.
Oh, it's the canzone form as used by Dante. Term paper by William Todhunter Hall. And you got an A+.
I'd forgotten about that completely. I'm afraid I'd make a very poor criminal. I leave a trail which could be followed on a rainy day by a bloodhound with a cold in the head, a tight collar, and a disinterest in the pursuit. I'm afraid I only deserve a C- in subterfuge.
You rate a straight A in the Walden household, Dr. Hall.
Well, as Dr. Hall's father used to say, Matt, it is not the grade which makes the man. It is the man who makes the grade. Isn't that what your father used to say, William?
Your memory, my darling, is more than phenomenal. It is positively supernatural. To think of your remembering things said by my father, whom you never met. But I'm sure that as a lover of beautiful things, he would have said them had he known you would repeat them.
Played by Herbert Butterfield, and Louisa is Elizabeth Patterson. Also heard tonight were Virginia Gregg and William Irwin. Tonight's script was written by Philip Nelson and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
We need far, far away to the hallowed halls of ivy. Every voice will bid farewell and shimmer off in twilight like the old vesper bird.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show.
My lawnmower needs sharpening. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. My white percolator top is cracked. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Oh, my stocking has a run in it. I've got to take it to Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
My wife's going to have a baby. I got to take her to the hospital.
From Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you Mel Blanc at his own Fix-It Shop with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Joe Kearns, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel himself playing those delightful characters Zookie and Dr. Crab. The star of our show, Mel Blanc. It's a lovely autumn morning in Mel Blanc's town. Population 7,500. Pardon me, population 7,501. The postman, Mr. Snoop, is making his morning rounds. The baker, Mr. Brown, is putting his rolls in the window. And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, Mel is just about finished fixing Druggist Simpson's penny weighing machine.
Is the weighing machine all fixed, nephew? Yeah, Uncle Rupert. I believe I'll try it. Must be something wrong.
Why? What does it say you weigh?
17 pounds. Do I look that thin?
Why don't you read the fortune anyway?
Oh, yeah. If you are a woman, you'll marry a man. If you are a man, you'll marry a woman. If you are married, try another penny. Oh, I forgot to push this lever up. Now I'll try it again. Oh, that's better. 120 pounds.
What's the fortune this time?
You are kind, understanding, friendly, considerate, gentle, and you make enemies too easily. Oh, here comes that gossipy pipsqueak of a postman, Mr. Snoop. I'll go out for a walk, Melvin, if you don't mind.
Okay, Uncle Rupert.
Hello, Roop.
Goodbye, Snoop.
Howdy, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Snoop. Got a letter for me?
No. Did you expect me to write you one?
I didn't mean a letter from you.
Oh, well, just a second here. Oh, first of all, I want you to mend my mail bag. It's all bursted out to the seams.
Oh, sure, I can do that in a minute. Any mail for me?
Now, let me see here. Hodgkins, 805 North Elm Drive, Blodgett, 807. That's the third notice Blodgett's got from the library. Why don't you return that book? You know, I got a good mind to go up to Blodgett.
Any mail for me?
Oh. Let me see here. Simpkins, 809. Ooh, very interesting postcard. Dear Joe, if you've got any more...
Excuse me for saying so, Mr. Snoop. But I thought postal employees weren't allowed to read the mail.
Oh, well, that's right, Mel. Well, you ain't no employee. You read it for me.
Look, Mr. Snoop, any mail for me?
Now, stop poking round my letters. If there's anything I hate, it's nosy people. Let me see. Potter, 811. Oh, I say Mel.
Mail?
No, Mel. How about buying 2 tickets to the Postman's Ball Saturday night, huh? Only $1 apiece.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Snoop, but I gave my last $5 to my uncle. I don't have a cent. Well, here's your mailbag all stitched.
What's the charge?
Oh, nothing. Gosh, I sure could use $2 for the tickets. I'd take Betty, and for once we wouldn't have to spend the evening in her parlor.
What's the charge?
Nothing. I'd dance with Betty, then I'd go out on the veranda and hold her in my arms. And then I'd kiss her and hug her.
What's the charge?
Nothing. $2, and I'll take the tickets.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Betty. Gee, you sure look beautiful.
Yeah. All dressed up and no place to go.
What do you mean, all dressed up and no place to go? Why, I'll take you to the, how about,
Well?
I'll take you home and you can change your clothes.
Oh, that's it. We never go anywhere. We spend every evening in my parlor. No wonder Father feels the way he does about it.
Well, I hate sitting in the parlor just as much as your father does.
You do?
Yeah, that love seat isn't big enough for the 3 of us. Well, anyway, Betty, I've got good news. We won't be spending this Saturday night in the parlor. I've got 2 tickets to the Postman's Ball.
Oh, Mel, this is awful. Because this is one Saturday night I won't be able to be with you.
But, Betty, why not?
Well, Daddy's expecting... Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Daddy himself. I'll let him tell you.
Hello, Mr. Colby. What did you say, Mr. Colby? Yes, it is a lovely day, isn't it? Mr. Colby, may I take your daughter to the Postman's Ball Saturday night? No, huh? But why not, Mr. Colby? Well, that isn't much of a reason.
What?
I mean...
Oh, now listen here, you dimwit. I'm expecting a very important man for dinner this Saturday night. Betty's got to prepare dinner for him and then entertain him.
Well, you're making a regular nightclub out of your place, aren't you?
Mel.
This Mr. Fisher can help me a great deal with my supermarket. He's president of the Acme Portuguese Sardine Company. And do you know anything more impossible than getting Portuguese sardines?
Yeah, getting the sardines out of the can.
Oh. People come to my supermarket all day and say, do you have Portuguese sardines? Do you have Portuguese sardines? And all day I say, no, no, no. Well, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. You hear?
Mr. Colby, let go of my neck. I'm not a sardine.
Oh.
Well, if this Mr. Fisher is so important, you should really be alone with him to close the deal. So why don't I take Betty out to the dance?
Betty stays home Saturday night.
Well, what about me?
Well, you can go to the dance.
Well, thanks for changing your mind, Mr. Colby.
I haven't changed my mind. Now, listen, Mel. If you show up at my house or within 5 blocks of my house Saturday night, I'll...
Don't say any more. I've got an imagination.
All right, then use it. Come on, Betty.
Well, I'll be with you in just a minute.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Colby. Yes, it is a nice day, isn't it? Oh, gosh, Betty, this is awful. I sure killed our Saturday night date. This was going to be once we wouldn't spend it in your parlor.
Oh, Mel, you know Father. Father talks big.
Betty, Father is big.
Now, Mel, you listen to me. I'm inviting you to the house Saturday night, and if you don't show up, you don't have to show up ever again. Goodbye.
Bye. Gosh, Betty's father says no. Betty says yes. Oh, I'm just a pickle in the middle.
Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
You know, anyone can be the victim of a little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. It happens to thousands without their knowing, marks them down socially, makes them unhappy. So be on your guard. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, here it is Saturday night. Mel still doesn't know whether he's going to use those tickets to the postman's ball. Betty says Mel had better come up to the house or else. And Betty's father, who is trying to get a shipment of Portuguese sardines, says Mel had better not show up or else. Anyway, right now Mel is in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's little brother Axelrod, who has just entered the shop.
Well, what's new, Axelrod?
Gosh, Mel, is my father mad at you?
Well, how do you know? Did your father say anything about me? Personally?
Well, I didn't hear anything.
You didn't?
No. Of course, whenever he starts to talk about you, he makes me leave the room.
Well, how about Betty?
Same way. While she was preparing dinner, she kept talking to the chicken and calling it Mel.
Well, that shows how much she loves me.
She said to the chicken, if you don't come up tonight, I'll...
Well, then what'd she say?
Nothing. She just dropped it in the boiling water.
Oh.
Well, so long, Mel.
Oh, so long, Axelrod. Gosh, what a mess this is. If I don't go to Betty's house, I'm a boiled chicken. If I do, I'm a dead duck. Uncle Rupert, I can't figure out why Mr. Colby doesn't like me.
Well, you read the fortune on your card. You are kind, gentle, observant, tolerant, and you make enemies too easily.
Well, you mean I should try to make a friend of Mr. Colby?
My boy, when I first met your aunt, I said to myself, I must make a friend of that woman.
And what happened?
That was the worst decision I ever made.
Maybe I ought to try it anyway. Why don't I go up there to Mr. Colby and be as nice...
Here comes that pompous Mr. Cushing, the president of your lodge.
Well, hello, Brother Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, just stopped in for a second to remind you about the next meeting of the Benevolent Order of Loyal Zebras.
I'll do my best to make it, mighty potentate. It's an honor for you to ask me personally.
Oh, not at all. I like to get around among my zebras. Say, why are you moping around like this? Why, when I was a young man, do you know what Saturday night meant to me?
I already took a bath, Mr. Cushing. You wouldn't understand.
Well, I can see you don't want to talk, so I'll say so long. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Well, now, wait a minute. Anyone who gives the password like that is a worried zebra. Now, tell me, what's wrong?
Well, I wanted to take Betty to the postman's ball, and Mr. Colby wouldn't let me because he's entertaining the president of the Acme Portuguese Sardine Company. And he wants Betty to...
You don't mean Mr. Fisher, do you?
Yeah. Do you know him?
Why, of course, and you should, too. Fisher's the Grand Wizard of the Jennings Junction Order of Loyal Zebras. We are both imperial caliphs on the Executive Council.
You mean I'm his fellow zebra? I'm his lodge brother?
That's right. Go on up there and tell him so, and mention my name.
Oh, but Mr. Colby said
Colby won't touch you with Fisher there. Fisher's a swell guy. A man I'm proud to call a zebra. Well, so long, Mel. Just give Fisher the old password. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo.
Okay.
Oh, Uncle Rupert.
Yes, nephew?
Watch your shop, will you? I'm going to Betty's house, and I've got to go upstairs to change.
Just a second, Melvin. Here comes Dr. Crab.
Well, you take care of the dog, Doctor, will you, Uncle? I'll be right down.
All right. Good old Dr. Crab. He's been taking care of dogs so long he even talks like one. Ah, good evening, my good dog doctor.
Good evening to you, Rupert. I've been walking quite a bit, and I'm thirsty. Could I have a pan of water?
Why, sure. Say, Christopher, don't some people think it's funny when they hear you sound like a dog?
I don't believe so, Rupert. Except maybe that man at the newsstand on the corner.
What did he do?
I bought a paper from him, and he put it in my mouth.
Don't tell me you carried the paper home in your mouth.
You know a better way?
This is Saturday night, Christopher. We're supposed to be closed, you know.
I know, but I thought I'd talk to Mel about a special lock from McKinnell's. My little terrier tried to run away.
Really?
Oh, yeah, but I caught him. I said to him, and he said, and then I said, and he said, I tell you, that dog is sensational.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, he understood every word I said. Well, thanks for the water, Rupe. My throat feels better already. Well, I'm beginning to sound like myself again. Bye, Rupert.
Goodbye. Good old Dr. Crab.
Well, I'm ready, Uncle Rupert. You can get Zuki to help you take care of the shop. Well, wish me luck.
Good luck, my boy. And it's very late. You'd better hurry if you want to make the dance. So shake a leg.
What do you mean, shake a leg? I'm shaking all over.
Oh, everything's working out just fine with Mr. Fisher, Betty.
That's good.
Yes, he loved the dinner. Said it was the softest chicken he'd ever had.
How right he was.
Huh? Oh, well, anyway. Now to carry out the rest of my plan. I'm going to get into a card game with him and let him win some money from me.
Let him win money from you? Daddy, is that proper?
Proper schmapper. I want those sardines. If he wins some money from me, he'll be in the right mood. Uh-oh, here he comes now. Mr. Fisher. Do you indulge in games of chance?
Well, sometimes I do, yes.
Ah, good. Then how about a game of sardines? Oh, I mean, gin rummy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Colby, but I don't like to play cards.
You don't like to play cards. Well, how about Pachisi? Monopoly. Axelrod, you got any chalk? We can even play Potsy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Colby. Very obliging of you. But as a matter of fact, there is one game that I do play. But I warn you, I'm very good at it. That's checkers.
Checkers? So very good at it, eh? Axelrod, get the board and the checkers.
Okay, Dan.
Nothing like a good, rousing game of checkers, I always say. Hey, Betty? Oh, I wonder who that can be. Oh, never mind. I'll open it.
Hello, Mr. Cole. Oh!
Who was that?
Oh, just a salesman selling vacuum cleaners.
Well, let him in. They're very hard to get.
No, on second thought, it wasn't a salesman. Somebody I don't know. A Portuguese. Oh, I mean an Eskimo. Oh, I don't know.
I'll get it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mel. Mel, this is Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher, this is my fiancée, Mel Blanc.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Fisher. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
What? Well, what do you know? A brother zebra. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
You see, Mr. Colby, Mr. Fisher and I are friends. Friends.
So I see. Mr. Fisher, here's the checkerboard and the checkers now.
Mr. Cushing sent you his regards, Mr. Fisher.
Cushing? Oh, that's the real estate man. Oh, a great fella. You know, in our last executive council, he put on a lampshade and imitated Hedda Hopper. I tell you, I never laughed so loud.
Mr. Fisher! Here's the checkerboard! The checkers are all set up!
shout, old man.
I mean, here's the checkerboard all set up. Now, Mr. Fisher, how about playing a game for, say, $5, huh?
Well, that's okay with me. But I warn you, I'm a wizard at this.
Do you mind if I kibitz?
Mel, why don't
No,
you...
not at all, Brother Zebra. But you better help Mr. Colby there, because I won't need it. Okay, there's my move.
Very interesting. I'm trapped already.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Colby. Here's a move you can make.
Mel, why don't you close that window from the outside?
Well, Mr. Colby, I might fall out of the window and break my neck.
Well, that's not a bad idea. Well, Mel moved for me.
Very good. Sort of puts me on the defensive. I'll try this.
Okay, here's our move.
And here's mine.
That's just what we were waiting for, Mr. Colby. Now you jump this, and this, and this, and this, and that's a game. Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, isn't it wonderful?
That's $30 I owe you.
And without my kibitzing, you wouldn't have won at all, Mr. Colby.
Well, I know it, and believe me, I won't forget it. Mr. Fisher, how would you like to play one game for $30? Win or lose all, I say.
Well, that's a game sport, Mr. Colby. I'll take you on.
And I'll help you again, Mr. Colby.
Mel, what's the name of that Chinese laundroman down the street?
Oh, you mean so long?
What'd you say?
So long.
Oh, too bad you have to go so soon. So long, man. So long.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Colby. Stop pushing.
Oh, come now. Quiet down, everybody. I move. There.
Oh, Mel.
Not now, Betty. Mr. Colby. Here's the move to make. Oh, Mr. Fisher, next time you have an executive meeting, invite me down. I do imitations, too. Did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? Listen to this. What's up, Doc?
You know, I can't even keep my mind on the game.
Mel, here's a knife. Go and cut yourself.
Very funny.
Well, I think that $120 are quite enough to owe any man, Mr. Colby. So I'm going to call it quits. There's your money.
Oh, dear.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Colby? You're not taking this very well.
Mr. Colby is what is known as a sore winner.
Oh, you certainly are a card, Brother Zebra.
A card? He's the whole deck.
Well, good night, and believe me, it's been a pleasure.
Well, good night, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Colby, let me say this for you. Everywhere I'm invited, people get into checker games with me and purposely let me win. You know, you're the first man who ever had guts enough to beat me. I admire you.
Yeah, that's just the way I feel, Brother Zebra.
And, by the way, Mr. Colby, I just got in a large order of Portuguese sardines. Now, I don't know whether you know this or not, but they're almost impossible to get.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, you told me
Mel.
Well, you call me in the morning, Mr. Colby, and you let me know how many you want. So now, good night, and, ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Oh, what a night, what a night. Mel Blanc!
Yes?
Go and take Betty to the dance.
Oh, thanks, Daddy. Good night.
Thanks. Good night. Come on, Betty. Betty, this is the first Saturday night we won't be spending in the parlor.
Oh, gosh, won't we have fun? This ticket good for one admission to the post... Mel.
What's the matter, Betty?
These tickets are for next Saturday night.
Next Saturday night? Uh-oh. Back to the parlor again.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, whether you're calling on a customer or calling on your best girl, remember this. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can quickly mark you down. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate Tooth Powder with the accent on powder.
Oh, Melvin.
Yes, Uncle Rupert?
Will you please sign this check?
Well, what's it for?
For $25.
But, Uncle, we don't owe that much money to anybody.
This is for the Community Chest Drive.
Oh, we owe them everything we can afford. Give me that pen. Good night, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight, we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Dr. Rockwell, the sage of Booth Bay Harbor, the winner of the Texaco College competition, George Strasser from St. John's University in Brooklyn, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Father's Day. We haven't anything on our program tonight about Father, but we do have a man whose jokes will make you yell Uncle. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I notice that you always make me the butt of your jokes when a festive day rolls around. Now, your Father's Day remark just now was a rare sample of your flair for the trite.
Yes, trite is right. I always try to keep my announcements topical.
Well, I know that, Jimmy. I remember on Washington's birthday, remember you said George Washington threw a silver dollar across the Potomac River? Here is a man who, if he was a skunk, wouldn't throw a cent.
Yes, and on Christmas I said, tonight I bring you a man who looked as though Santa Claus came down his nose and left a bag under each eye.
Well, how do you ever think those things up, Jimmy?
Well, I'm down in the saloon working day and night, Fred. Oh. I write my funny announcements weeks ahead.
Oh, you do, really?
Yes, I've got my 4th of July announcement ready right now. It's a Lulu. Do you want to hear it?
Well, yes, I might as well have it over with, Jimmy.
Okay. To celebrate July 4th, folks, I can't give you a firecracker, I can't give you a sparkler, but I can give you a little punk.
Now, all right, Jimmy. Touche. I am too tired to argue. I am turning post-haste to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. 16-day nationwide collection of scrap rubber requested by President enters its second week. Huge campaign is expected to yield several million pounds of rubber urgently needed to relieve the rubber shortage. All around the country, people rush to gasoline service stations to turn in their rubber scrap. At Boston, Massachusetts, a society woman says,
"We of Boston 400 are behind the scrap drive 100%. We're giving rubber parties. A girl can't get in unless she brings a heel."
Thank you. At New York City, a worker says,
"I'm a window washer. I gave my squeegee into the rubber drive."
Oh, you did? Well, how are you cleaning windows now?
Well, I just throw the water up against the windows and I let it run down the side of the building.
And nobody says anything?
Well, in New York, what difference does it make? A few more drips. So what?
At Humdrum Falls, Vermont, a town official says,
"I'm the fire chief. I give the town fire hose into the rubber drive."
Well, how do you put out fires, Chief?
I got 20 old men in the fire department.
I see.
When we get to a fire,
yeah,
the whole 20 of us shinny up the side of the burning building until we get to the top.
And when you and the 20 old men get up on top of that blazing building with no hose, how do you put out the fire?
We drool.
A young lady who cooperated early in the rubber drive is LaBelle Laverne. You made your contribution, LaBelle.
I couldn't do no more than I'd done, so I've done it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm a bubble dancer. I only have one bubble to my name.
Really?
I tied my bubble into the rubber drive.
Well, good for you. What show are you with, LaBelle?
Girls of the Moulin Rouge.
The Moulin Rouge, huh? Well, you were doing your bubble dance in the show?
Yeah, it was the first act finale.
Yeah?
The curtain goes up. I'm sitting in the bathtub acting coy.
Yeah?
The girls come on. They're nymphs bearing luck.
All these nymphs come on bearing luck,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, the nymphs throw the lucks into the bathtub.
Uh-huh.
It foams up.
Yeah?
I pick a big bubble off of the foam.
Mm-hmm.
I step out of the tub with me bubble.
Yeah?
The orchestra plays "I Don't Want to Walk Without You, Baby."
And you did your dance?
At the finish, I'd done a dervish spin off stage.
Uh-huh.
Blue lights.
Blue lights.
I'm gone.
Yeah?
The bubble bounces on and takes a bow alone. Quick curtain.
Well, tell me, LaBelle, now that you've turned your bubble into the rubber drive, have you quit the theater?
Oh, no, I'm rehearsing a new dance.
Something artistic?
It's a vegetable striptease.
A vegetable?
Yeah. As the curtain goes up, it's a victory garden.
Good.
I'm standing behind a watermelon.
Yeah?
The music starts, then I do a dance with the watermelon.
Fine.
For an encore, I take off the watermelon and dance with a honeydew.
With a honeydew. And for your next encore?
Oh, I dance with a tangerine.
The vegetables keep getting smaller.
Yeah, it's a striptease only with vegetables.
Well, how does your dance finish?
As I'm taking bows with the tangerine,
Yeah?
I point to a grape.
Yeah?
The curtain comes down.
Just in time.
As long as LaBelle Laverne keeps dancing, there'll be plenty of rubbernecks in the audience.
Well, that ought to help out the shortage, and thank you, LaBelle Laverne. A man whose marital status has been endangered by the rubber drive. He's Nugent Sprocket. You had some trouble, Nude?
Why, if it wasn't for the neighbors, I'd have killed her.
Killed who?
My wife, that she double-crossed.
Now, wait, now.
I had her by the throat. Get me a tape measure, I says, and I'll beat her within an inch of your life.
Now, wait a minute. What the...
rubber caused the trouble. Every piece of rubber in the house she gave away.
No kidding.
The rubber heels are off of my shoes. I gotta walk tiptoe.
No kidding.
Yeah, my garters is gone. My stockings I gotta stick up with chewing gum.
Oh.
My suspenders she turned in.
Well, how do you...
I got my pants glued to my union suit with new skin.
Oh, well,
This morning I go into the bathroom to shave. That suction thing that holds my shaving mirror to the wall is gone.
Gone?
Trying to hold the mirror with one hand and shave with the other, I cut off the enemy nose.
I thought your pug looked a little raw there.
I go to take a bath, the rubber plug's gone out of the tub.
Oh, that's
I
terrible.
go to take a shower, the hose is gone off of the shower.
No.
The rubber sponge is gone, the soap dish is gone.
Well, how did you take a bath?
Well, I rubbed soap all over the bottom of the bathtub and rolled around in it.
Wasn't it gooey?
I felt like an eel coiled in a can of Johnson's wax.
Fine.
I step out of the tub, the rubber mat's gone. I done a power dive into the linoleum.
Well, your wife certainly fixed you up good.
Oh, that hen hawk. She wants rubber. I'm getting the divorce of Newark.
What has a Newark divorce got to do with rubber?
I'll give it a Jersey bounce.
Very. Well, I guess that about winds up.
Hold it, pray, my merry gawk. Falstaff's here, his wares to hawk.
Falstaff? Open shore, huh?
Fresh from the doghouse. I've been molting.
You haven't brought more poems, I hope.
Have you heard, alas, alack, woe is me, life is naught but fiddle-dee-dee?
No, I haven't heard that.
Oh, to be a splinter, the things that I'd stick into.
No, I don't think I've heard that either.
And my Father's Day epic.
Oh, you have a Father's Day poem? What is it?
You pull up the railroad track, Mother, and I'll get some ties for Dad.
Now, for your information, Falstaff, tonight we're talking about rubber and the scrap salvage drive.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a song.
Oh, a rubber chant?
Yes, I have brought the Peekskill male octet to sing it for you.
These two characters are the Peekskill male octet?
Yes, 6 of them refuse to sing on this program.
Why?
Loyalty to Major Bowes.
But these two finks will sing, huh?
Yes. This little man is known as the Peekskill Nightingale.
But he looks as though he just fell out of a nest, if you don't mind my saying. Who is this other specimen?
Oh, he was formerly Lawrence Tibbetts' barber.
Oh. Well, all right. Let's hear their rubber salvage song.
If the Peekskill male octet is ready, you may carol, gentlemen.
R is for that raincoat in your closet. U is for that unused rubber mat. B is for your old hot water bottle. B also for babies, you know what. E is for each inner tube discarded. R is for your rubber bathing cap. Put them all together for Uncle Sammy. With rubber we can run out Mr. Jeff. Let's do it now.
And from the Peekskill male octet and Falstaff, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Kenny nods to his conductor, Al Goodman. Mr. Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings All the Things You Are.
That makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine. Time and again I've longed for adventure, something to make my heart beat the faster. What did I long for? I never really knew. Finding your love, I found my adventure. Touching your hand, my heart beats the faster. All that I want in all of this world is you. Promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the sky. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and that moment divine when all the things you are
Thank you, Kenny. That was very nice. Say, Jimmy, what is that you have there? An automobile map?
Why, yes, you might call it an automobile map, Fred. At least it's going to take my car a long, long way.
Oh, you're going on a trip, are you?
No, Fred, this isn't that kind of an automobile map.
Oh, no?
This is a map of an automobile.
Uh-huh.
In other words, a chart that shows every lubrication point, like an X-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Texaco dealers have these, and they use them every time they give a car Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication service.
Well, look, Jimmy, you said this map or chart here would take your car a long, long way.
Well, it will, Fred. Because my Texaco dealer, working by chart, not by chance, gives my car regular Marfac chassis lubrication that will mean perhaps thousands of extra miles of service. You see, Marfac is Texaco's super tough chassis lubricant that stays put. It won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. It protects every vital chassis point against destructive wear. The proper lubrication of your car is one worry you can avoid if, instead of just asking for a grease job, you ask for Texaco's 40-point Marfac chassis lubrication service at Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Al Goodman and his orchestra have just played the introduction to a song called Jingle Jangle. Music lovers who would like to hear Maestro Goodman finish a number can tune in 2 weeks from tonight when Mr. Goodman will start the Texaco Star Theater summer program. Mr. Goodman has enough unfinished music left over from the winter to last him all summer. So there's no reason why...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Say, is that envelope you have there, is that for me?
No, it's for me.
Oh.
It's a letter from Mary Livingston.
Oh, from Mary, huh? Well, what does the Belle of Plainfield have to say?
I'll read it.
Good.
It says, Dear Porty, well, here we are on the vacation Jack promised the whole gang. We left 2 days ago, all packed in Jack's Maxwell.
The Maxwell, huh? Mm-hmm. That Civil War Jeep that he's still... Have you ever heard how Benny gets the Maxwell to start?
How?
He runs ahead of it with a magnet. But what else does Mary say there?
Don Wilson's got the back seat all to himself.
Old jelly hips, huh?
It says, lots of Don is hanging over the sides of the Maxwell, but Jack has hung 2 red flags on it.
2 red flags on it. When Wilson sits down in a chair, the chair has a hangover. It's Wilson.
Mary says, we just passed one of the army camps Jack played last May. They threw rocks at us.
Well, that's why they loved him in St. Joe. It's sandy country down there. Go ahead. What else does she say?
Jack saw Fred Allen's picture in Life magazine. He's trying to get his dime back and suing Life for a nervous breakdown.
Good. Can't get any more than that for a dime these days, a breakdown and trouble. Is that all?
Yes. Mary says, so long, Porty. Give my regards to Kenny Baker, Jimmy Wallington, and old Sourpuss.
Uh-huh. She doesn't mention me, huh? Well, that's how they are, Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Faye.
Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Porty.
I just had a letter from Mary Livingston, Kenny. Jack has taken everybody on a vacation.
Well, when I was working for Mr. Benny, he took us all on a camping trip one summer.
Well, confidentially, how was it, Kenny?
It was all right, but I was hungry all the time.
Benny didn't bring any food?
I built a fire as sort of a hint. Mr. Benny got it.
And?
Mr. Benny handed me an axe, pointed at Don Wilson, and turned his back.
I knew that guy was a cannibal. He'd not only eat his best friend, he'd eat him on Friday. Be thankful I'm laughing. I know what's coming. You see it. Be thankful I took you away. Be thankful I took you away from that savage, Kenny.
Yes, with you I'm still living. But that's about all.
Now, why, until you came with me, Kenny Baker, you didn't even know what money looked like.
Maybe the next place I'll work, they'll let me touch it.
Now, wait a minute. You get paid every week on this program.
Not money.
What else?
All I get is a piece of paper with some writing and your name on it.
Why, those are checks, Kenny.
What are checks?
Kenny, you've been getting those pieces of paper for 2 years now. What have you been doing with them?
The first one I pasted on my autograph book as a souvenir.
Yes?
The rest I just piled up.
But, Kenny!
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Portland. Kenny, you heard of the waste paper drive?
Why, sure.
Well, I'm handling the paper drive on this program, you see. Now, if you'll bring all those pieces of waste paper back to me, I'll turn them in.
Oh, it's too late, F.A.
Well, why?
I traded them to a fellow for 25 Pepsi-Cola tops.
Why, Kenny, that fellow built you.
Oh, yeah? He took your checks to every bank in town. Now he's around trying to get his Pepsi-Cola tops back.
Well, that will teach him a lesson. Never get it in writing. But enough of this. I have to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, I heard from the Traveler's Aid that Dr. Rockwell was in town. So I invited him over tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor to present for his only radio appearance this season, Maine's Goodwill Ambassador, that fugitive from a lobster pot, Dr. Rockwell. Well, Doc, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been keeping yourself?
I've been out in Hollywood all year, Fred, working at Earl Carroll's.
Earl Carroll's nightclub, huh? Well, how does it feel to be back in radio?
To tell you the truth, Fred, it seems funny to see everybody standing around here with their clothes on.
Well, California must agree with you, Doc. You look wonderful.
Yes, it's the sun, that climate out there. Why, the first 2 months out there, Fred, in Hollywood, I lived on nothing but orange juice.
Well, why didn't you keep it up?
I got too weak to squeeze the oranges.
Say, did you drop in at Paramount where I made that picture with Benny? You know, I told you to look in and mention my name.
Yes, and it's a funny thing, Fred. Remember in vaudeville, if someone opened an umbrella in the theater, everyone ran in all directions?
Yes, that was an old superstition.
Well, sir, mentioning your name at Paramount, Fred, is like opening an umbrella.
Well, how are things out in Hollywood, Doc?
I don't know, Fred. I felt like Veronica Lake out there.
Well, how do you mean you felt like Veronica Lake?
Well, I only saw half of what was going on.
With that hair hanging down, Veronica Lake's right eye must think she's living behind a horse or something. But tell me, Doc, what are you doing back east? Have you got the good humor concession on the Weehawken Ferry again this summer?
No, Fred, I'm just passing through now. I'm on my way to Washington.
Really?
Yes. Somebody found out I owned a briefcase. And the next day, I got a wire, come to Washington.
Your briefcase did it, huh?
Nothing else, Fred. A man caught in Washington today without a briefcase is a marked man. He's a taxpayer.
What are you, if he has a briefcase? Well, that's right, he has no brief. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do down in Washington, Doc?
Why, I'm offering my services to the government. I'll probably be a 90-cent a year man.
Oh, you mean $1 a year man?
Oh, no. My agent gets 10%, Fred. That leaves me down to 90 cents.
Oh, that's the way it is, and sure. Well, what can you do in Washington, Doc?
What can I do? Mm-hmm. Why, the government wants boats, Fred. I can show them what we're doing up in Maine. Up in Maine, we're building boats so fast, they're launching them 2 at a time.
Well, how can they christen boats 2 at a time?
That's easy. One boat is hit with a champagne, the other boat's christened with a chaser.
Well, that sounds good, Doc.
Yes, sir, Fred. They're making boats so fast, every boat that launched there has 4 men swimming behind it.
4 men swimming behind it for what?
Well, they're putting on the rudder. See, Fred, you ought to get busy, too. You ought to get busy, get to work on some good cause.
Well, I am, Doc. I've been working tooth and nail the last month trying to bring back vaudeville.
Yes, and I heard about your vaudeville campaign, Fred. You made a mess of the whole thing.
Mess? Why, all I said was...
Sure, all you said was vaudeville is coming back, and what happened? Thousands of actors with perfectly good defense jobs quit. Got their tights and vaudeville stuff out of their trunks and hit the road.
Well, Jack Haley and Ben Burney told me that the country was hungry for vaudeville.
That's right. The country is hungry for vaudeville, but the people can't handle all this ham.
Well, how do you mean, Doc?
Why, most of the acts have been running back into vaudeville without rehearsing. Half of them have forgotten their acts.
No kidding.
Well, I'm telling you. Remember Adolfo the hypnotist?
Yes, the hypnotist who used to hypnotize everyone in the theater.
That's right. Well, Adolfo opened up in Kankakee last Monday. He hypnotized the entire audience at the matinee.
Yes.
And then he forgets how to get them out of the trance. And the audience is still walking around the town there in a cataleptic state.
Well, who'll notice it in Kankakee?
All right, and another thing. Podolsky. You've heard of Podolsky.
You mean Podolsky and his educated pigeons?
That's the act. All the pigeons are homing pigeons. Podolsky had 4 weeks booked when the Army steps in and drafted his pigeons.
Drafted his pigeons, huh?
Yes. And the Army ties military information to the pigeons' legs. But no matter where they send them, those pigeons fly back to Lowe's State Theater looking for Podolsky. See, I tell you, Fred, vaudeville's a mess.
Say, I'm glad you told me, Doc. I was thinking of trying a few dates in vaudeville myself this summer.
Stay out of vaudeville, Fred. Those acts will kill you.
Well, I've got to do something, Doc. I'll be out of work after next Sunday.
All right. Why don't you come with me, Fred? After I get through down in Washington, I'm taking out a medicine show.
A medicine show?
Yes, sir. I'm going all around the country with a horse and wagon. Selling vitamins. Vitamins are the thing today, Fred, and we'll clean up.
You mean vitamins?
Vitamins will cure anything. What's the greatest menace in this country today? Night blindness.
Night blindness? Well, people's eyes used to be all right, Doc. Now, what has caused this sudden epidemic of night blindness?
Grapefruit.
Grapefruit?
Yes. I'll explain it. After a good night's rest, you get up in the morning. Your eyes are relaxed, and what happens? You eat a grapefruit, and right away you get a pint of that citrus acid in each eye. Your vision is weakened, and you get night blindness. And night there is where the vitamins come in.
Well, what vitamin cures night blindness?
Vitamin A. You just eat 6 raw carrots with every meal, and you get 800 A vitamins each day.
And my night blindness is cured.
You can see like an owl. There's only one drawback, however.
Well, what is that?
Well, eating 18 raw carrots every day, you're filled up because you can't eat anything else. Naturally, consequently, you start to look like a rabbit. You see, you're weak, and you have no pep.
I can see now, but I can't go anyplace. So I need another vitamin.
Yes. Now you need B1.
Well, how do I get vitamin B1?
Well, all you have to do is to stop eating carrots, and now you drink a quart of molasses 3 times a day. That gives you 2,000 B1 vitamins every day.
My pep comes back.
You feel like Superman. But...
Yes, but what?
But eating all that sweet molasses ruins your teeth. So now you need vitamin B2. Gives you calcium. So you start drinking milk. 12 quarts of milk a day. And that gives you 7,000 B2 vitamins. See? Your calcium deficiency is corrected.
And my teeth are perfect.
Yes, sir. Your teeth are perfect.
Good.
But now your gums are all shut. The reason for that is you're drinking milk all the time. Your gums get no exercise. They get soft and spongy. But now you need vitamin C. 14 slices of whole wheat bread at every meal.
14 slices.
Yes.
The vitamin C fixes up my gums.
Right. And all you have now is just a little vitamin D deficiency.
Nothing.
With the result of rickets and bowlegs set in. Wait a minute. But good old vitamin E takes care of that.
Vitamin E?
Yes, red meat. For 10 days you eat nothing but red meat.
And I'm normal again.
Yes. Well, that is, you're in perfect physical condition except one thing. You see, from so many vitamins, A, B, C, D, and E, you develop an acid condition.
Well, what cures my acid condition?
Vitamin F.
And vitamin F I get
from grapefruit. You just stop eating.
Causes night blindness.
I know, Fred, and to cure night blindness, you simply start eating 6
Now, wait a minute. This is where I came in.
Yes, sir, and right there is the secret to vitamins, Fred. If you've got something wrong, vitamins will cure it. And if you haven't got anything wrong, vitamins will give it to you. Right there, Dr. Rockwell's medicine show is going to be a sensation.
Well, I don't understand. Where do I come in, Doc?
Before I can sell anything, I've got to have a crowd. You and I give a concert on the tailboard of my wagon. The crowd gathers, and I sell the vitamins.
A concert? Well, what do we play, Doc?
Well, you play the banjo, and I'll play my 10 whistles. Say, let's run over a number right now and see how it sounds.
Well, all right, Doc. Wait a minute till I get set here, and we can go in a minute. If I can read the script from there, which I don't know. Are you in tune? What is that you have? The pure silver... are we ready? You ready,
right.
Maestro?
Right.
That number was turning out like the vitamins there. Look at that night blindness again. Well, thank you, Dr. Rockwell. And now as the doctor packs his tin whistle and sphygmomanometer, I should have saved half of that word for next week. Then he returns to sing for us, put your arms around me. All right.
There was a lake, a boat, a boy and girl together were sailing like a feather in the breeze. The moon was bright that night, and while they sailed together, up and down and all around, the words he sang were these. While the ripples on the lake are playing, can't you hear the little motorboat saying, put your arms around me, put your lips to mine. Listen to the way my heart keeps beating, like the motor of a meter repeating. Put your cares behind you. Love just is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity-boo. Digging and zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things the little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity-boo. Zigging, zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine.
And here's Larry. Larry, you are just the man I want to see.
Well, what's up, Fred?
Larry, those little talks you give every week about saving tires. You know, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. I think you can make your little talks more forceful.
Really? But, Fred, what's more forceful than saying tires will last twice as long at 40 miles an hour as at 60?
Well, why can't you say it like this, Larry, in sort of a poetry form? You know, lives of tires all remind us driving fast is now a crime. We can put more miles behind us if we only take our time.
Very good, Fred.
More forceful, don't you think?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. But what about that point I make about keeping your tires inflated to proper pressure? Because the average tire wears out 600 miles before it should if it's kept only 1 pound under correct inflation. Now, how would you say that?
Well, I'd use a slogan, Larry. When you let your tires go flappy, you make a Jap happy. Slogan. It's much more forceful, don't you?
Oh, Fred, you're terrific.
That's the trouble. I'm living it down.
Now, tell me, how would you say this, Fred? Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked and also examined for damage that can be repaired before it's too late. Have your Texaco dealer check over your whole car regularly, too. His quality Texaco products and his lubrication and maintenance service will make it last longer. Now, how would you say that, Fred?
Oh, well, that's easy, Larry. Just say, let a Texaco dealer help you care for your car, for your country. That's all I said.
After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of St. John's University and the Texaco Workshop Players. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight we salute St. John's University at Brooklyn, New York, by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and will receive a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. John's University's most talented undergraduate, George Strasser. Congratulations, George, and welcome to Texaco's psychopathic ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
George, you present sort of a problem tonight.
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, most of our college guests have come from different parts of the country, and I generally ask them what they would like to see while they're in New York. Now, you live in Brooklyn, and I imagine you've seen about everything here.
Yes, I come to New York quite often.
You've seen Radio City.
I have.
Well, Mr. Rockefeller's growing vegetables over there now. He has a little victory garden. He's been having quite a lot of trouble with it lately. One of Mr. Rockefeller's summer squash vines grew out on 49th Street and started growing east on a one-way street. Well, the cop gave the squash a ticket. It was on his beat, so he naturally had to. But you say you've seen Radio City, George.
Yes, sir.
You've seen the Empire State Building, of course.
I have.
Grant's Tomb?
Yes.
Well, I guess you've covered about everything. Tell me, when you come to New York, what do you enjoy most?
Going back to Brooklyn.
George, you are not a member of the Flatbush Chamber of Commerce by any chance, are you?
No, Mr. Allen. But people in New York, and especially some of the radio comedians, are always making fun of Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn folks resent it?
Well, we'd like to know what New York has that Brooklyn hasn't got.
Well, now let me see. New York has Central Park.
Brooklyn has Prospect Park.
Yeah. New York has the Metropolitan Opera House.
And Brooklyn has the Academy of Music.
Mm-hmm. New York has Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, Brooklyn has Mayor LaGuardia, too.
Well, I didn't know the mayor had a sideline, George. Well, tell me, what has Brooklyn got, then, that New York hasn't got?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that shuts me up, George. Perhaps you'd better tell us something now about your alma mater.
Well, St. John's University was founded in 1870. Originally, it was just one building at Lewis and Willoughby Avenues.
And as the student body increased?
More buildings were added until 1929.
Mm-hmm.
Then a 14-story, $1 million building was erected to centralize the professional schools.
Where is this building, George?
On Skemmerhorn Street.
Skemmerhorn? You also have Kosciuszko Street in Brooklyn.
That's right.
Do you know, George, that Kosciuszko Street started that joke? You've heard that joke. A horse dropped dead on Kosciuszko Street. And when the policeman started to make out his report, he couldn't spell Kosciuszko, so the cop had to drag the horse over to Myrtle Avenue. Well, we have Brooklyn to thank for that joke, George.
That's very interesting, Mr. Allen.
Well, it is if you care for that sort of thing, George. But tell me, what are the major sports at St. John's?
Baseball and basketball, and both teams are coached by Joe Lapchick.
Well, how are your teams? Pretty good?
Well, some of the fellows at St. John's think our baseball team can beat the Giants right now.
Well, I don't know about the Giants. They would probably have a little less trouble with Philadelphia, But what are you studying over there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in science and English.
Do you have any extracurricular activities?
Yes, I've been president of the Glee Club for the last 2 years, and I've also been singing in the varsity quintet.
Well, how long have you been singing, George?
Well, I started when I was 8 years old as a boy soprano.
A boy soprano in Brooklyn? And you survived, George?
Apparently.
Uh-huh.
I sing in the choir at St. Jamesboro Cathedral. The choir director, Monsignor Lonstage Bracken, has helped me a great deal with my singing.
Are you still singing with the Monsignor Bracken's choir?
Yes, I want to continue my studies until I go into the service.
What branch of the service are you entering, George?
Well, I'm trying to get into the V5 program of the Navy Air Corps.
You have to be a college graduate to get in the V5 program?
No. The requirements only call for a high school diploma, American citizenship. And the applicant must be unmarried and, of course, able to pass the entrance test.
Well, I hope things turn out the way you want them to, George.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
And now, if you're in the mood, what about your song?
Well, before I sing, I have a couple of guests for you.
Well, George,
First, the college sends you this certificate and awards you an honorary degree, an FD.
An FD, fund dispenser, is that, George?
No, Doctor of Philosophy.
Doctor of Philosophy. Well, that's fine, George.
And the students at St. John's have asked me to present you with this pair of Indian moccasins.
Say, these moccasins look swell, George. Say, I wonder what short Indians did years ago. I wonder if there was an Indian named Adler who made elevator moccasins. Little Indian. Well, it's too late to worry about that, George. I want to thank you and the students at St. John's University for your kindness tonight. And I guess that about brings us to your song, George.
I'd like to sing The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, St. John's University's most talented student, George Strasser, sings for us all The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Once upon a time lived a fair princess, most beautiful and charming. Her father, the king, was a wicked old thing with manners most alarming. And always on the front door mat, a most ferocious dragon sat. He made such an awful shrieking noise for all you little girls and boys. Beware, take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, puppy dogs, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and he shall search his tail till right. Beware, take care, and scream for responsibility. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers and duck your head, your pretty curly head beneath the clothes, the clothes, the clothes. That dragon went down to the kitchen one day where the fair princess was baking. He stole by mistake some rich plum cake which the fair princess was making. That homemade cake he could not digest. He moaned and he groaned and at last went west. And now he goes with bloodshot eyes and deeply clanks his chains and cries, beware, take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, puppy dogs, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and each of his 13 tails he'll wag. Beware, take care, and creep for fine people. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers, and duck your head, your pretty curly head, beneath the clothes, the clothes, the clothes.
I'm sure the students, faculty, and alumni of St. John's University will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And we here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your Navy career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the last in our series, the most talented undergraduate of Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, Miss Dorothy Cothran. Congratulations, Dorothy. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night.
And now, Fred Allen has an important personal message for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, millions of us have been collecting old and discarded rubber for the National Scrap Rubber Drive authorized by President Roosevelt. But there are still countless tons of waste rubber in American garages, cellars, and closets. Rubber that must go back into service to help win the war. The Scrap Rubber Drive ends on June 30th. But please don't wait until the last day. Look around your home for scrap rubber now. Any kind of old and discarded rubber will help. Every ounce counts, so please start collecting your scrap rubber tonight.
After you've collected all your scrap rubber, take it to any gasoline dealer. Texaco dealers and all other gasoline dealers, at the request of the President of the United States, are acting as collection depots for the Scrap Rubber Drive. You may contribute to your scrap rubber, or, if you wish, dealers are authorized to pay you a penny a pound for it. All rubber will be turned over to our government, and all profit from its sale will be given to the Red Cross, USO, and Army and Navy Relief. So gather up your scrap rubber tonight. And tomorrow, turn it in to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer. Let's all get in the scrap with our scrap.
And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight they reopen their hillbilly court for a final session. This mistrial is called Mountain Justice, or the judge saw the violin player was tired, so he let him rest his case. Court's open, Bailiff.
Wait, Rube, his honor, Judge Allen.
Hi, Rube. Court's open. Order in the court. First case on the docket.
Uncle Sim Pike versus Moody's Drug Emporium.
Uncle Sim Pike in court, is
Come
he?
to the bar for justice, Judge.
This is where you can get it, Uncle Sam.
I'm asking damages, Judge.
Yeah, state your case.
Well, Friday night I went into Moody's Drug Emporium.
Ailing, was you?
No, Sunday was Father's Day. I went in to get Pa a present.
Well, how old is your pa?
Nobody knows.
Don't, hey?
No, Pa's so old he's quit moving. Just lays there on the floor.
Do tell.
Every morning I put the cat on Pa's chest.
The cat?
Yeah, and if the cat's fur ripples, Pa's still breathing.
Well, you say you went into Moody's Drug Emporium to get your pa something for Father's Day.
Yeah, every year I get Pa a stick of peppermint candy.
Yeah?
When I get home, I hold Pa's mouth open with the tip of my cane.
Yeah?
Then I run the stick of peppermint in and out between his gums. Pa likes it.
You're a good son, Uncle Sim. Now, what about your case?
Well, after I bought Pa's peppermint stick, my corn started to hurt, so I says to Moody, give me something that'll eat off these corns.
Yeah?
He give me a little bottle of something.
Little bottle of something, hey?
When I got home, I put the cat on Pa to make sure he was still breathing.
Yeah?
Then I run the peppermint stick in and out between his gums a while till Pa dozed off.
Till he dozed off?
Then I says to myself, Sam, let's have a go at them corns.
You dropped the stuff on. What happened, Sam?
Wait till I take my sneaker off, Judge. I'll show you. Look.
Sakes almighty. You got holes clean through your whole 5 toes there.
When the wind blows through my toes at night, I can't sleep.
Why not?
Turn on the electric fan, Judge. I'll show you.
Okay, I'll start the fan here.
I'll hold up my foot so the wind can blow through my toes.
Yeah?
Listen, Judge.
Mighty pretty, Uncle Sam.
I can stop up my toes and play a tune. Listen.
Quiet. Order in the court. That bass toe's a beauty there, Sim. Get your sneaker back on, Sim.
Okay.
Court fine for the plaintiff, damages assured.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll have you and Zeke Manners over some night when it's windy, Uncle Sim. You can take your sneaker off. We'll have a hoedown.
Yeah, I'll get Singing Sam.
Singing Sam. Bring him along, too. Order in the court. Next case, Rube's Opossum Notch versus Harvey Pinkham. And the charge here says murder. Quiet. Hush your fuss down there. Harvey Pinkham to the bar.
It was me or him, Judge. I give him tit before he could give me tat.
Well, charge here says you shot unto the death one Marcel Duval.
Well, he was trying to steal my gal, Judge. Topsy Pry.
Well, who's Topsy Pry?
Topsy's the prettiest skinful of she in Possum Notch, Judge.
Prettiest skinful of she, eh?
Yes, sir. Topsy was Miss Glover's main cure for 1919.
She was, eh?
Yes, the Duval was trying to Shanghai Topsy. I turned his damper down.
Guilty or not guilty, Harvey?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Stand down, Harvey. First witness, Linker Dander.
Present, Judge.
Occupation link.
I run the Welcome Stranger trailer camp down the holler off of Route 26.
You knew the deceased, Marcel Duval?
Yeah. Marcel pulled in at the camp about a week ago, give or take a day.
Yeah. Recall the time, do you?
Well, it was long about dusk. I just made the rounds of all the trailers with my mongoose.
Your mongoose?
Sometimes snakes get in.
Oh,
Poor folks bed down or run the mongoose through their trailers just in case.
Yeah.
Well, I come back to my cabin, put the mongoose back in the safe.
Yeah?
I was strumming the strings of my zither with a turkey feather, playing Lonesome Dove.
That ain't on the hit parade this year, is it?
No.
Okay.
I heard a toot, and this Stanley steamer hauling the trailer pulled into the camp.
Yeah?
I put down my turkey feather, snapped on my flashlight, and went outside.
Yeah?
This here Marcel Duval jumps out of the car. He was wearing a pearl gray beanie, peach-colored spats, a pastel cape with a belt in the back, tweed-torn slacks, and one-buckle moccasins.
Yeah? Hollywood street clothes, eh?
Yeah. Had 6 gold teeth in front. Looked like he was chewing the sunset.
Yeah.
On his vest hung an elk's tooth as big as a little boy's leg.
For sakes almighty.
On his right hand he had a diamond as big as a Brussels sprout.
Not quite as green.
Not quite as green. What business was he in, Link?
You name it, he was in it.
Yeah?
His trailer was full of medicine, hardware, furniture, ready-to-wear suits, pulled teeth, sold eyeglasses.
Want nothing he couldn't do,
Yeah. On the back of his trailer was a big sign, The Meadow Macy.
The Meadow Macy. What about the murder, Link?
Well, sir, Topsy Prize hostess at the trailer camp, Jay.
Yeah?
Next day, Topsy took one look at Marcel. She fell like a weather vane in a high wind.
Well, what about Harvey or Sweetie?
Oh, Topsy didn't have no time for Harvey. Harvey'd come slinking around playing a sweet potato. Topsy'd make off beef.
Yeah.
Harvey'd bend the crab and kink his toes. Topsy'd turn the other way.
What happened?
Well, sir, I was out buttering some tree trunks to keep caterpillars from climbing them.
Yeah.
I heard a shot in Marcel's trailer.
Yeah.
I shot down the hot butter and the caterpillars I was holding and run over.
You did, eh?
Yeah, there's Marcel slumped over his briefcase, Topsy screaming, Harvey's standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Link?
Yeah, Marcel's gone. He didn't leave no will, so I took his X card.
Well, that's all right. Didn't leave no will. Stand down, Link. Next witness, Topsy Pry.
The real Topsy's died, Judge. My body's carrying on.
Yeah?
Marcel's gone to that great trading post up yonder.
You was in love with the defunct Topsy?
At first sight, Judge. I was passing Marcel's trailer. The door was open. I seen all that merchandise. I was a goner.
Yeah?
I like a man who's got the merchandise, Jed.
Well, how'd you come to meet Marcel?
I was passing on the way to get some meat back out the bear trap for dinner.
Yeah?
Marcel leaned out of his trailer and says, "Oh, you kid."
Oh, you kid? What'd you say to that?
23 for you, I said.
Yeah.
Blushing behind my meat cleaver.
Yeah?
He says, "You're talking to a man with merchandise. Come in and wallow around a while," he says.
Went in, did you?
Judge, I never seen so much merchandise in all my born days.
Sold you bill of goods, did he?
Marcel was smooth, Jed. When he smiled with them gold teeth, you knowed how mustard looks when it's happy.
Yeah. Sell you anything, did he?
First time. Sold me some Jockey Club perfume. He said the horse he stepped was using it.
Yeah.
And a bottle of White Lily face wash.
Face wash,
yeah. And a pair of seersucker bloomers with raccoon bows.
Raccoon bows.
And for being a good customer, Marcel gave me a pair of knitted bookends and showed me how to use them.
Showed him how? Well, when'd you see Marcel again?
Every minute when I wasn't jacking up a trailer or fixing a flat, I was with Marcel.
Yeah.
I knowed I never would be happy till I owned everything in Marcel's trailer.
Well, what'd your sweetie Harvey do when he heard about Marcel?
Well, first, Harvey give me money to keep buying things.
Well, why, Topsy?
Well, Harvey thought when Marcel run out of merchandise, I'd come back to him.
He was trying to Shanghai, Topsy.
Oh, he was.
I missed his wagon.
Hush your fuss, Harvey. Quiet. Proceed, Topsy.
Marcel died in the middle of a proposition, Jed.
Any last words?
Yeah. Marcel said, "Sign here." His finger wouldn't raise to point. He tipped his hat, said, "Excuse me," and died.
Stand down,
Topsy. Topsy's died, Jed. My body's carrying on.
I feel the same way, Topsy. Tell your body to stand down, Topsy. Harvey Pinkham?
That Meadow Macy, he was light-toed and lynx-eyed, Jed. I flattened his pucker.
Quiet.
He was trying to steal my gal, Jed.
Petty larceny don't call for killing, Harvey.
I've known Topsy since she was so little, she wore a sugar sack for diabetes.
Well, how long you been going together?
Before either of us could walk, I was creeping with her.
You was creeping with her, hey? You growed up together?
We learned to read out of the same catalog.
You was happy.
Yes, sir, till this here Marcel Duval come along. Judge, he was as oily as a mouse in a crankcase.
Yeah?
He knew Topsy's weakness was merchandise. He was trying to fry my fish.
Frying fish don't call for shooting, Harvey.
Well, I tried everything else. I was giving Topsy money, Jed.
Why, Harvey?
Well, I was trying to clean this here Marcel out of merchandise.
Where was you getting all this money?
Marcel was lending it to me. The interest was 40%.
Well, why'd you shoot him?
Well, he was trying to get Topsy to run off with him.
Clarify, Harvey.
Well, yesterday, Topsy finally bought the last of Marcel's merchandise. His trailer was empty.
Yeah?
He was supposed to pull out for New York this morning.
Yeah?
I was hiding behind an old whipple tree, watching for Marcel to go.
Yeah?
I seen Topsy going into that there varmint's trailer.
Yeah?
I knowed he didn't have no merchandise. I sneaked outside the trailer to listen.
Yeah?
That's when he tried to get Topsy to leave.
Ain't so, Jed.
I heard him.
Marcel was gentleman did. He was out of merchandise. He was trying to make one last sale.
He was trying to sell himself.
That's a lie, Miss Fisher.
He was trying to get you to run away to New York.
Yes, so.
Yes, did.
Hold on. Order in the
You
court.
aren't trying to get me to run away to New York, Jed.
I can prove it, Jed.
Well, get to proving, Harvey.
Didn't Marcel say to you, Miss Fry, I'll show you some New York life?
Yes, he did. Marcel was trying to sell me some insurance.
You mean New York life?
It's an insurance company, Harvey.
Well, I'll be ding-dong, doubly-doo-dad, and who-dang.
And you'll also be held for sentence, Harvey.
Are you're going to give me life, Jed?
Court ain't giving you no 20-year endowment, Harvey. That's good. Court's adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Judy Canova, Hollywood's Clown Princess, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Cornell University, Miss Dorothy Cochran. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to gather up your scrap rubber tonight and turn it into your Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer tomorrow. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.